system, make your ass go fix now, sisters kick it. I keep it cool like Eskimo chicks on Discovery Channel. I'm hot like Telemundo, chicas on the solar panel. See me on daytime TV chillin' in my Bob Marley tee. I slap you silly, I'm from Philly, I'm not sorry, that's me. I am the robot Elvis, rockin' my bionic pelvis. I'm technotronic, sippin' vodka tonic, yeah, I'm selfish. I am the killer, shaking up some more rock and roll.
Them drum machines ain't got no soul.
I'm not a rocket scientist, I rock a house and sign the tits and that's it. That's it, y'all. Don't take no astrophysicist to make your ass go fix now, sisters kick it. This is mission control, it is your status, super bitchin'. We read you loud and clear, permissions go to hit ignition. We gettin' static, please repeat your last confirmed position. I'm 10 feet tall and solid gold and I demand submission. I am a robot Elvis, rockin' my bionic pelvis. I'm technotronic, sippin' vodka tonics, yeah, I'm selfish. I am the killer, shaking up some more rock and roll.
Them drum machines ain't got no soul. Them drum machines ain't got no soul.
Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Obama, Monaco, all conspired together, all worked together to try to sabotage, undermine, unravel the democratic institutions and structures of this country. The Russiagate hoax, the Russiagate conspiracy, and all of the assaults against our liberties that went with it. The pre-dawn raids, the handcuffing of innocent Americans, the espionage against President Trump's campaign and staff, the removal of his national security advisor, one fake indictment, one fake charge after another, the special counsel, all of it was a unrelenting attempt to overthrow the government the American people voted for. I cannot find words harsh enough to condemn the conduct of these conspirators, these insurrectionists.
You want to know the real reason why Paramount CBS is paying $200 million for Barry Weiss's blog? It's so you don't see segments like this ever again.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery.
I have no idea how that was ever allowed to air on CBS 60 Minutes, but it was. But no more, because the new owner of CBS's parent company, David Ellison and his father Larry, are fully devoted to the state of Israel. In fact, they are Israel's biggest U.S. donor. Quote, Ellison himself has personally bankrolled the Israeli Defense Forces, giving tens of millions of dollars to the Friends of the IDF, an organization that purchases equipment for the Israeli military. And for those of you who don't know or are not that familiar with the Free Press, what they're really good at, what they specialize in, is putting out these pro-Israel pieces with a quote-unquote intellectual lens, like this one that denies that any sort of famine is going on in Gaza. And that's why they want to pay her $200 million to lead CBS News. Glenn Greenwald, the so-called Free Press, is engaged in one of the most blatant campaigns of atrocity denials seen in years. That's why the Ellison family, now buying Paramount CBS, wants Bari Weiss there, in service of the foreign government they are all desperate to protect and whitewash. The more you know, the more you know.
I talk to you about an adversary that poses a threat, a very serious threat, to the United States of America. This adversary is one of the world's last bastions of central planning. It governs by dictating in 5-year plans. From a single capital, it attempts to impose its demands across time zones, continents, oceans, and beyond. With brutal consistency, it stifles free thought and crushes new ideas. It disrupts the defense of the United States and places the lives of our men and women in uniform at risk. Perhaps this sounds like the former Soviet Union, but that enemy is long gone. The foe I'm talking about is more subtle and implacable. You may think I'm describing one of the last decrepit dictators of the world, but their day too is almost certainly past. And they cannot match the size and strength of this adversary, nor am I talking about the Chinese Communist Party. The adversary I'm talking about is much closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy. Not the people, but the process. Not the civilians, but the system. Not the men and women in uniform, but the uniformity of thought and action that is too often imposed on them.
Streets are crowded for the holiday. Hidden in the chaos is the element, waiting to strike like snakes. But I'm there too, watching. I must choose my targets carefully. It's a big city. I can't be everywhere, but they don't know where I am. We have a signal now for when I'm needed. But when that light hits the sky, it's not just a call, it's a warning to them that I am the shadows.
Let's do a pop quiz and raise your hand if you know the answer. Here's the first question. Who shouts death to America? Is it A, Iran, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, the Houthis, or E, all of the above? All of the above. Correct, all of the above. Second question. Who has murdered Americans and Europeans in cold blood? Is it A, Al-Qaeda, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, Iran, or E, all of the above? Correct. Again. So here's the point I wanted to make. Our enemies hate all of us with equal venom. They want to drag the modern world back to the past, to a dark age of violence, fanaticism, and terror.
Safe to say I'm the biggest, the largest. Been stepping on shit since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in foreigns. I'm heartless, cause these niggas is hating on me just because I'm the biggest, the largest, the biggest, the largest. 30K on my riches.
No question that if that time the name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear.
He's just hilarious. He's just unbelievable. He's just, and he never gets credit for it, you know. people always say Trump is always seeking credit for everything, but in my view, as a middle-aged man, every middle-aged man wants to be thought of as funny. And the core unmet desire in the heart of every long-married man is to have his wife laugh at his jokes. And of course, it doesn't happen. It can't happen. It's some rule of nature. It's like Sisyphus. The rock never gets to the top for some reason, but you keep pushing it. And I feel like Trump is a victim of that very, very sad, very rarely recognized syndrome, the unrecognized comedian syndrome. I think he's freaking hilarious. I just do.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I think sealing the borders is a wonderful achievement.
Yep. Yes.
I think, you could argue both ways on sending troops to cities and how it was done and will it work or whatever, but just saying out loud that crime and disorder are the most basic enemies of civilization is so important. It's like, you can say you're civilized, but if your wife is getting mugged, if your kids are afraid to go to school, you're not civilized. You're living like animals. Even animals don't live like that. So just to have him say that is hugely reassuring to me and hugely important. Telling the truth is often more important than really doing anything.
But here's the fun part, is that we know that our guys are handling all the stuff at the top. And people keep wondering, why is it taking so long? It's because we're going to do things right. We're not going to let them get off. We're not going to rush to a judgment and then end up they get off. Because we have problems all the way through. We have problems in the FBI, who's loyal to our country. We have problems in the DOJ, who's loyal to our country. They've been ready to get Tina Peters out twice, and it gets blocked in the top level of the DOJ.
Wow.
It wasn't Pam Bondi that blocked it. It was another guy that blocked it. And so people keep wanting him to move faster. Why hasn't Cash cleaned this up yet? And God bless Dan Bongino. He came out with a summary and he said, do you realize that we have 1,800 of the top guys that have been destroying America already taken in? Do you guys, there's things that are happening every single day.
Well, right now you have, the Post is actually decent. It's the New York Times is nasty. But Washington Post, that's Jeff Bezos, isn't it? That's bad. Now all the magazines are owned by a cabal. So you've never seen Melania on the cover of a magazine in 7 years since Trump ran. Since he, wanted to come down the escalator. Well, that's 6 years. It's been over 6 years now. You've never seen Melania on the cover of a magazine in the United States of America. That's how you know you got a real problem. And anybody that doesn't see that when you point it out to them, well, they're brain dead. They don't seem to think there's anything wrong with it. That should be a red flag, people. It's pretty obvious that the First Lady goes on the cover of all kinds of magazines, but Melania's never been on one. That's a huge story, but it doesn't get covered.
Distinguish between the deep state, which is the Vatican, the Rothschilds, and the Chabad Jews. And then they use the Freemasons and the Knights of Malta as fixers, and they use the City of London, Wall Street, central banks as managers. That's the deep state. Below the deep state is the shadow government, which is comprised of the politicians and senior bureaucrats, many of the murderous pedophiles that have been brought into the pedophilia system as a control blackmail element. Those are the shadow government people. The Mossad perfected the art of blackmailing people. They've also perfected the art of industrial electronic espionage. Everybody snoops, but the Israelis actually are running the electronic systems for the U.S. government. But what I have found in the United States is that all of our politicians are groomed. You don't get to be president unless you're bought and paid for. Now, I've also learned that CIA, FBI, and NSA have been spying on and blackmailing all of our politicians. Veterans understand that war is for bankers, war is waste, and we should not be going to war in America. We need to close all 1,000 of our bases overseas and bring our troops home. One element of the deep state I didn't mention before was the secret intelligence community. Those are the people who are smuggling guns, gold, drugs, cash, and small children as part of the totality of the deep state shadow government enterprise. the different ways in which the deep state, and particularly the Zionist supporting foundation for the deep state, which has the Anti-Defamation League as its primary secret police, they censor, manipulate, and digitally assassinate people. And the reason they do this is because those people are getting close to the truth.
As you may know, I am also not only the Treasury Secretary, but I am the IRS Commissioner, and I can see what is happening with withholding. So the president's working class, they had tax policies, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility on auto loans of American-made cars. No one has changed their withholding for 2025. So in the first quarter of 2026, working families are going to see very good refunds coming out. They will change their withholding on January 1, so they will get real wage increases. And, as you said, inflation is under control, and, I think the economy is going to go gangbusters.
So the only pro-peace government is the United States government and the small Hungary in Europe anyway. All the other governments prefer to continue the war because many of them think that Ukraine can win on the front line, which is a misunderstanding of the situation. So it's a complicated issue. We will discuss it. It requests not just 2 minutes to respond to your question, but rather than our lecture. Sorry, not to continue more than that.
To both of you. So you would say that Ukraine cannot win that war?
Miracle can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
But the spiritual battle is coming to the West. And the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Precisely 1 year ago, you achieved a landslide victory in historic election, which was absolutely clean and fair. And once again, my congratulations.
Thank you.
And my strong belief that, Mr. President, you are the great leader, statesman, sent by heaven to bring common sense and traditions that we all share and value back into the United States policy, either domestic or foreign. Therefore, millions of people in so many countries are so grateful to you. And I'm convinced that your wise and bold policy needs to be strongly supported worldwide.
Do you remember that the Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say ever recorded? Do you remember that? Right? Do you remember it? Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe 1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the highest level in recorded history.
Even today, you've mentioned, though, that in a post-scarcity world, the role of money could diminish or become obsolete. Mm-hmm. Given that much of today's power, including yours, is tied to wealth, Do you think achieving this abundance would require powerful people to relinquish their power? And how might we address resistance from those who hold power to make this vision a reality?
Well, I mean, I think actually long term, the AI is going to be in charge, to be totally frank, not humans. If artificial intelligence vastly exceeds the sum of human intelligence, it is difficult to imagine that any humans will actually be in charge. So we just need to make sure the AI is friendly. Yep. Thank you. Was that the question? Go ahead, sure.
I know so many of the people in the audience, and by the way, I'm a self-funder. I have my wife and I have my son. That's all I have. I don't have them. So let me just tell you, said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
Well, New York's fair election looks a little shady. First, no ID required to vote. That's already a big red flag. Then Eric Adams tried to drop out so he wouldn't split the vote, but he was still on the ballot. He didn't drop out in time, that's why he still counted. Oh, sure, and maybe explain why Zoran was listed twice in the top row. Top row. Cuomo was in the bottom right corner, second row. Yeah, super fair. Totally unbiased. It doesn't look like someone designed this ballot to confuse voters or anything. People still voted and the results are legitimate. It's above board. Above board, let's just recap. Someone who tried to drop out is still on the ballot. One candidate listed twice, another in the corner. That doesn't scream fair election. That screams organized chaos. Well, chaos isn't corruption. The election rules are clear. Yeah, clear rules that somehow allow duplicates, late dropouts, and zero ID. Meanwhile, voters are staring at a ballot like it's a bingo card, trying to figure out who's really running. And do you want me to believe that that's fair? Timing matters. Adams didn't officially withdraw. New York, if you want a fair election, maybe start with one clear ballot, one candidate per spot, and a proper ID system. 'Cause you're looking a little shady.
You won't believe what just happened with the government shutdown. The same people who built their whole party on bloated government and endless handouts are now getting stabbed in the back by their own base. Y'all like the video right here, follow for more. And let's get into this one. The American Federation of Government Employees, 800,000 strong, just turned on the Democrats. Their president, Everett Kelly, is begging Schumer and Jeffries to pass the clean continuing resolution that Trump and the Republicans have been calling for since day one. No conditions, no games, just reopen the damn government. And that was just the first domino. The American Bankers Association, which represents 95% of U.S. banks, came out today demanding the same thing. The credit unions followed, and the Independent Community Bankers of America. These aren't right-wing organizations. They are people who used to fund the Democrat machine. Now they're saying enough is enough. Even CNN is cracking under the weight of this collapse. Jake Tapper pressed a Democrat congresswoman so hard she was forced to admit on air that Senate Democrats could end this right now, but won't because they want more money for their agenda. Democrats thought they could use Americans' pain as leverage. They thought starving families and shutting down SNAP payments would hurt Trump. Instead, it's blowing up in their face. Trump's approval numbers are up. The GOP approval is up. The Democrats are at their weakest point in 20 years. Trump's playing this masterfully. He's holding a unified GOP line, pausing billions in blue state projects, slashing thousands of useless federal jobs, and letting the Democrats choke on their own greed. And because the shutdown shifts control of operations to the executive branch, Trump's Office of Management and Budget is running DC. Right now under Russell Vought, the same guy behind Project 2025, Trump's literally dismantling the deep state during the shutdown. That's why he's smiling. That's why the Democrats are panicking. Their own allies, the banks, the unions, even CNN are turning on them. The game is over. The shutdown's already been won. The Democrats tried to use America's pain as leverage, and they ended up writing their own political obituary. Y'all like the video right there. Follow for more. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll catch you on the next one.
What does Remembrance Sunday
mean for you? What is your message?
My message is, I can see in my mind's eye those rows and rows of white stones of all the hundreds of my friends and everybody else that gave their lives for what? The country of today. No, I'm sorry. The sacrifice wasn't worth the result that it is now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
What do you mean by that, though? At this point?
What we fought for, and what we fought for was our freedom. We find that even now it's darn sight worse than what it was when I fought for it.
Oh, Alec, I'm sorry you feel like that, because I want you to know that all the generations that have come since, including me and my children, are so grateful for your bravery and all that for service personnel. And it's our job now, isn't it, to make it the country that you fought for. You absolutely fought for.
Is it.
And we will do. We want to...
I'm so wonderful to know there are people like you that can spread the word around.
We will do.
Younger generation.
And I guarantee that everybody watching at home will be wanting you to send lots of love. We've got another little bit special thing for you, Alec. We've got the D-Day darlings here. Come on over, guys. You've got a little special present for him. Ooh. Come and give it if you can, to thank you for all your many brave years of service and others like you.
This is our album, Alec, and I know you love a lot of the songs on there. And this is the least we can do. This is such a small thing, but, you know, we love you so much, Alec.
And it's all signed for you there as
These
well.
young ladies are like my own daughters.
The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster. They call it the nuclear option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good, very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago. But you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster. And we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place, and lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that. Here's some of the things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you pass anything, because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit, and she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out. Yeah, please go.
I applaud American dreamers and innovators who embrace originality. Let's embrace the spirit of ambition. Let's celebrate everyone who dares to think differently, for it is these courageous Americans who are the heartbeat of our civilization. Trust me, I know a little bit about challenging convention. Patriotism in our country dates back to our rebellious founders who raged against British rule, seeking independence from the crown. They all defied expectations, politically and intellectually. Each shared a common trait. They reinvented how things work. We all have an image of Benjamin Franklin flying his kite in a lightning storm, the original innovator in science and technology. Thomas Jefferson pioneered architecture and design. Hamilton, our banking system. Each built an extraordinary life, and in doing so, built a stronger America. Their personal ambition became a public good, benefiting us all. We see it again and again. Personal achievement fuels collective progress. When someone creates from conviction a song, a movement, an idea, it ripples outward, uniting our people. Daring to chase your dream is the American way. Innovation isn't accidental here, it's in our DNA. In this country, innovation is a form of patriotism. But most innovators know it's lonely when you are close to the edge of imagination, when you have a deep belief in your own power to create the new results. This is exactly where the real change begins.
Drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People say, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives.
President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump immediately getting to work with a remarkable show of the use of executive power.
We've never seen anything like this. There's 20,000 people cheering for every executive order signed.
President Trump comes in and immediately begins taking action to fix each and every one of these fires that the Democrats started.
It's 6 months delivering on the agenda. This ultimately is promises made, promises kept by the president.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
We have the safest, most secure border in the history of this nation.
Border crossings have dropped so much that federal agents now outnumber illegal crossers.
He had a mandate and he's delivering on it. The American economy is better for it.
NASDAQ and S&P both hitting all-time highs.
Gas prices are down. Retail sales are up. $2 billion in international financial agreement and record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
A bill for and by the people.
Thanks to this bill, Trump could resign tomorrow and still point to an enduring legacy.
And he's full steam ahead for America.
This movement that President Trump has started is only getting bigger. It has more energy, more enthusiasm.
What he's going to do is show up and work hard and deliver every day for the American people.
You're watching history, so buckle up, because the next 3.5 years will probably be just as busy.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Welcome, Patriots. God bless you, and welcome to Patriot News, broadcasting, reporting for duty. Thank God it's Friday, right? You know, I've seen a lot of anger out there today. There's a lot of anger out there every day, left, right, doesn't matter. But you know, you already know that you're not going to get justice in the justice system. You're out of popcorn. Charlie's out of popcorn. Can we get Charlie some popcorn? I know how you feel, Denny. I know how you guys all feel. Think of how I feel. I have to put it all together every day and go through it and then watch it over again and present it. I get it. I totally get it. You know, thinking of time frames and things, you know, they said there would be a point where, what was it, Juan said, the near-death experience, where everything would look really, really bad and like we were almost done for. And we haven't got to that point yet. That's one thing to think of. I remember sleeping in your car. Been there. I didn't have a car at that point. I slept in the middle of nowhere in an abandoned trailer. That's another story. You know, God, I lost my train of thought. Was it Negative 48 said, before the money side of things, that John F. Kennedy Jr. would already be visible again, and that he would be the one that would sign that executive order. Just thinking of little things like that today. Time frame wise, nope. Not everything seems to hit on note, but the comms, man, the comms lately, they're pretty positive, so I'm hopeful. We're going to look a lot of comms and posts and news stories today after we get through some of these Delta. Why do some elections take more than a day to count? Can cheating be done after the polls are closed? Who controls the poll books? Who controls the databases? Who controls the elections? You know, since that time, we've learned quite a bit in full about how the elections were cheated, and you can thank Juan for that because he really taught us a ton about how the election process works. In a response to chaos associated with protests and mob action, this is talking about posse comitatus. Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution states the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. We're not at that moment. At the moment. What will put us at that moment? That's, I suppose, what we got to watch for. Imagine if the new acting attorney general now releases all previously blocked docs requested by the House, including the RR secondary class scope doc, stealth bombers fly undetected. The red line, months old, 4 a.m. narrative should be updated. Yeah, that kind of goes back to the red line. And not just that, the red line thing to do with Melania Trump's outfit the other day. Red line on the anniversary of Red October. That was what they showed that day. I think there's more connected to that, too. I'm going to show you. Now, this is interesting. It just says Ezra Cohen Watnick, right? Which, pretty blah, but he put up something today that was pretty interesting. He said, liberals are melting down after rumors that a massive Jesus statue, the Christ of Liberty, is planned to be built in the New York harbor to honor America's Christian heritage. What's your reaction? And they made a little video of what it might look like. What do you guys think? Would you love to Maybe see Lady Liberty go down and Jesus go up. Maybe Lady Liberty doesn't have to go down. I don't know. Don't know how that works, but I thought that was a cool little connection today. Coincidence? Is it? I don't know. Top Senate Democrat Schumer, Whitaker should recuse himself from the Russian probe. There will be no recusal. Panic in D.C. A lot of 502s and PF fuckery. Board under attack. Do you understand why? And yeah, they told you a few times here that this board, when it was operational, went under attack. And thank you for your service to our country, Mr. Trey Gowdy. Thank you for your service to our country, Mr. Bob Goodlot. Your sacrifices will never be forgotten. Thank you for your service to your country, Mr. Jeff Sessions. Your sacrifices will never be forgotten. Q+. Oh, that looks like the same one. We're going to show you a new world. Those who are blind will soon see the light. A beautiful, brave new world lies ahead. We take this journey together, one step at a time. Where we go one, we go all. POTUS just said these people are sick. We are with you, Anons. We are at war. Think logically. Why was winning the House majority the primary goal for them? To this point, what chamber is currently directing the DOJ FBI investigations? To this point, what chamber do they feel most threatened by? While the focus was on the House for them, our underlying focus was adding pro-POTUS members to the Senate and safely securing a pro-majority. The Senate was worth so much more. I remember that fight back when that was going on. Future proves past. If the Democrats think they're going to waste taxpayer money investigating us at the House level, then we will likewise be forced to consider investigating them for all the leaks of classified information and much else at the Senate level. The Senate was the target. Corker and Flake removed. How do you catch a fish? Mission forward. These people are stupid. Do you believe in coincidences? Which two House members ran the investigations regarding the DOJ FBI? Trey Gowdy's resignation. What role did he play in the House investigations? House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chairman Goodlatte resignation. What role did he play? House Judiciary Chairman Trust Grassley, Senate Judiciary Chairman, House of Cards, military planning at its finest. Or is it a house of dynamite? We got what we needed. Thank you, Patriots. The Senate means everything. Think judges, Supreme Court, Cabinet. You got to put their Supreme Court members in right after that, remember. D-class overrides all potential House blockades. POTUS has ultimate authority. Shift to Senate Judiciary oversight from House to now occur. Stronger position and held in reserve for this scenario. Low chamber, 2-year starter. Upper chamber, 2-year closer. Military planned. No impact regarding ongoing investigations. Team is stronger. The graphic is your key. Let's pause and say hello to the rogue intelligence agencies currently monitoring these threads. Was the money worth it? Titanic. Welcome, rogue agencies monitoring the threads. Yep. I never, I didn't get a chance to look at this today. I don't know what this is a picture of. Keywords, view from Air Force One, city, clouds, just keck. City from the clouds. I don't remember, what was that? November of 2017. Where was Trump at the time? The previous was deleted, curious. Plus. There was 2 of those, and I think that's the end of the deltas. Read you the war report real quick. Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum Master Plan, Globalist Endgame Exposed. Patriots veils ripped. Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum isn't a think tank. It's the nerve center of the New World Order. Founded in 1971, rebranded in 87, this Davos cult has one mission: enslave humanity under stakeholder capitalism and the Great Reset. Stakeholder capitalism equals corporate tyranny. Forget profit for the shareholders. Schwab demands companies serve the global good via ESG chains. Track your carbon, surrender your freedom, obey or be canceled. His 2020 book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, admits it. Use the crisis to reimagine everything. Burn your rights, build their empire. The Great Reset, a three-phase takeover. Stakeholder economy, crush small businesses with taxes, regulations, fairness scams. Green tyranny, carbon credits, land grabs, food rationing, all while elites jet to Davos. And then the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, biotech, lot fusing man and machine, your DNA, their property. Tied to the UN Agenda 2030, 17 goals to end poverty by ending sovereignty. World Economic Forum signed a pact with Gutierrez in 2019. Progress, failing, lies. 2025 Davos, intelligent age, digital slavery. I don't think any of us were ever for the digital slavery, the quantum control grid. Thoughts monitor, I mean, we already live in that. Brainwashed kids, censor disinformation, cashless chains. Definitely been living through a lot of that. Dark Truth, World Economic Forum rigs rankings, Brexit sabotage in 2017, pushes vaccine mandates, data harvesting, food system collapse, global shapers indoctrinating youth to betray nations, own nothing and be happy, serfdom 2.0, expatriates screaming, European Union's carbon laws, World Economic Forum prisons, smart cities equal open-air gulags, and border chaos equals replacement agenda. Schwab's gone, but his web lives. BlackRock Sphinx co-chairs. The beast evolves. President Trump fights back. Second term audits the World Economic Forum linked NGOs. QFS shields the gold-backed freedom, and the military intel maps their cash flows. They panic, accelerate collapse, but we see this is the war for your soul, your soil, and your future. Stay awake. The Great Awakening crushes the Great Reset. Why is that? Because the end is already written, and you know that. Let's look at some news today, but gotta throw a wrench out there. China has built its third aircraft carrier and put it into service. In comparison, the United States has 11 aircraft carriers active as of this year. We'll take a quick look at what they're doing with it.
Well, China's third aircraft carrier has officially entered service after months of sea trials, marking a key milestone in President Xi Jinping's push to modernize the country's military. The commissioning ceremony, attended by Mr. Xi himself, took place at a naval port in China's southern island province of Hainan earlier this week. State media showed the Chinese leader boarding the vessel named Fujian for an inspection tour. Officials have called this a major step in strengthening China's naval capabilities. The Fujian is China's first fully homegrown aircraft carrier and its most advanced. It features a flat flight deck.
You would have thought they would have built a lot more of those over the years, right? 3. They've got 3. Now they've got 3. There wasn't much around this story this morning about multiple people falling ill after opening a package at Joint Base Andrews today that contained a white powdery substance. We'll look at the story.
Other news we have been following here this morning. Multiple people ill after opening what officials are calling a suspicious package at a Joint Base Andrews. And I wanted to share with you this post from Fox News as I continue to read you the latest. So as I just said, multiple people, they became ill yesterday after opening that package. And a Joint Base Andrews spokesperson told Fox News that the individuals who were sick were treated by Joint Base Andrews medical staff and were released after they were determined to be in stable condition. Officials say the building where the package was opened and the connecting building were evacuated following the incident until first responders deemed there were no immediate threats. Normal operations have since resumed. I also wanted to share it with you here, this post that we got from Fox News saying Joint Base Andrews responded to an incident here today after an individual opened a suspicious package. Multiple people fell ill after the package was opened. They were evaluated and treated by Joint Base Andrews medical personnel.
They keep repeating the same message that everyone was treated and fine, but what white powdery substance? I mean, they deemed it to be, nothing apparently, but yet it made them all sick. Was it just hysteria or what? So, I don't know what to make of that. You would think people like that would be beyond falling hysterical to some fake white powder in a package, but I don't know, maybe there was more to it. They just don't want to talk about it yet. Weird story. Elon Musk posted time to pull a lot of rabbits out of the hat today. Elon, the man of many hats. X reportedly blocked large conservative channels, I keep hearing this, from getting more views after implementing the algorithm changes ahead of the midterm elections. People seem to think that X is worse now than it was before he announced changing the algorithms. And of course, Elon's celebrating for other reasons. His shareholders approved the new $1 trillion pay package, and he also declared that in the near future, AI will be in control instead of human beings. Don't like the sound of that, huh?
We're going to shuffle off to some breaking news in Austin. I think it's just been approved. Can we just listen in? It's not like I was distracted talking to Mark, but I could see a ruckus going on in the last stages of his answer there. And I thought, well, something's going on in Austin. It might have just been approved. Can we just listen in? He is about to be the world's first trillionaire. And I think he's about to that's him, stepping to the stage. Well, that's not a bad payday for the boss of Tesla and 100 other different companies. So obviously pretty happy about that. That's going to be a handy payday indeed.
Welcome. So
I just want to see him dance with the robots. They said he danced with robots.
Thanks, guys. First of all, I'd like to just give a heartfelt thanks
for becoming the first trillionaire. I'm sure he was very happy.
So who wouldn't?
These robots are creepy.
But actually, Optimus will be even better than them. R2-D2 just kind of would beep at you, and it's kind of hard to figure out what he's talking about. You need C-3PO to translate. But Optimus is going to be... everyone's going to want one. I think in terms of industry, providing products and services, I think it's probably, 3 to 5 robots in industry for every, one that's...
Sometimes Elon seems to sound like he's very worried about where AI is going.
Shareholders.
And sometimes he seems to be excited about it, I don't know. We can't get to a world where AI is in control over human beings. That would be bad. So I came across this morning. The NYPD released images of the fedora-wearing suspect who sparked an anti-Semitic panic following Zohran Mamdani's election after spray painting swastikas on a Brooklyn yeshiva. Couldn't find anything on that story, to be honest, but it seems like there's more going on with the Halloween, Michigan plot. You remember me saying I thought it was weird that ISIS was involved because I thought ISIS was destroyed and gone, and other people are suggesting maybe it means the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I suppose that's a possibility. Were they connected to this Michigan plot?
So FBI Director Kash Patel revealing more details into a sixth suspect arrest in the thwarted Halloween ISIS-inspired terror attack targeting bars and nightclubs in Michigan. You can see the suspect here who's accused of providing material support. Two more suspects from a wealthy New Jersey suburb were also arrested, with one seen here allegedly volunteering to conduct an ISIS-inspired on-camera beheading. It's crazy. Former Trump administration ambassador at large and coordinator for...
I seem to remember the last ISIS aired beheading being totally fake. So, I don't really believe any of these people. But they did arrest another person involved in it. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know what to make of that. What do you guys think of that story? The possibility. People in the chat. The United States Army plans to purchase over 1 million drones within the next 2 to 3 years, marking the beginning of a new era in warfare. Not just purchasing, they're going to be building a ton of drones too. And I'm going to look at this story in some depth.
Did you know the U.S. Army is being totally rewired because a war in Ukraine just changed everything? Here's the twist. Cheap drones are doing what $8 million tanks used to do. The U.S. Army now plans every squad with drones by end of 2026. The battlefield is changing fast. Surprising fact, some drones cost just a few $100s, but they're toppling multi-million-dollar vehicles. Want more military tech and history breakdowns?
And that's just realizing what they can do with them, which is logic.
The Pentagon just made an announcement that will change warfare forever. By 2026, the U.S. Army will be producing 10,000 military drones every single month. That's 330 drones every single day. This isn't science fiction, this is happening right now. For decades, America has dominated the skies with expensive fighter jets and attack helicopters. But the battlefield is changing. Ukraine showed us something terrifying. Cheap commercial drones are destroying million-dollar tanks.
10,000 drones per month we're going to start building, according to the story. I think that's pretty wild. Maybe a little excessive. Would you be more afraid of drones that can pick your face out in a crowd and kill you over these enormous so-called nuclear weapons? So yesterday we saw Glenn Beck and Steve Baker talking about the January 6th pipe bomber, and he had said that the Blaze had new information identifying the person behind the pipe bombs. After an abundance of counsel from trusted parties within and outside the government, we've hit the pause button so those interested parties can have some time to look at the J6 pipe bomber evidence. There are things that they need to do internally. This is a real story. When it breaks, it's going to be a huge story. I told you it wouldn't come out today. Somehow I knew. Now they want to look at it before he releases it. The government. When do we trust the government? Never. There are a lot of moving parts, but we need to give them time to do what they need to do. And I know everyone is waiting. Believe me, you should have pulled the fucking trigger, Steve. Come on. This is what we saw yesterday.
Is a major development in the January 6th pipe bomber investigation. Blaze News has the exclusive. Its lead suspect is at the highest levels of government. And Steve joins me now. How long have you been working on this story?
I've been pulling the threads on this for exactly 4 years.
If anybody ever wondered why they made...
He pulled the threads, but he didn't pull the damn trigger.
About potentially the identity of the pipe bomb. Now, I want to begin by saying perhaps you've seen this because it's all over my timeline, at least. This broke 24 hours ago. Steve Baker, who's an excellent reporter from The Blaze, talked with Glenn Beck, saying she's one of us. We've identified the January 6th pipe bomb suspect. Beck indicated that the suspect will be named as soon as the relevant agencies have battened down the hatches. What? She's one of us? We're going to read this report. We're going to talk to you about the implications, and we're going to do our best to be careful here. And here's why. I'll just add something to the reporting of Steve Baker, and then we'll play the clips from Glenn Beck's show. We have great contacts within the federal government, contacts that have not lied to us, have been truthful to us. I'm not going to name names here. It's not who you think. We have people who've just been forthcoming about things of great importance. And that prepares us and prepares our audience for things that are about to happen. We're often and regularly right. We have a highlight reel as long as my arm of making sure that we are giving you fair and accurate and good information.
I feel like Steve got suckered. I don't know. I mean, think about it. Why would the government need little old Steve Baker's work to figure out who this January 6th bomber is when, of course, they've got all the power of the federal government behind them and should already know the answer? I'm guessing they convinced old Steve that now wasn't the right time to release that information and that they were already planning to do it at such a specific time and blah, 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 blah. Fuck. Sam Altman got subpoenaed on stage.
Conference many years ago that you probably were at. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead. Will you know? Let's subpoena for Sam. Can you take him off the stage? Wow, getting off to a dramatic start already.
Dramatic start, I'd say so.
This story's kind of interesting and I think a little bit funny because Sam Altman, the face of OpenAI, he was sitting down with NBA coach Steve Kerr, who I absolutely love and adore, for a conversation about leadership and innovation in San Francisco. But just minutes into their talk, a man rushed onto the stage, paper in hand, and declared that he was serving Sam Altman with a subpoena. Now, the crowd gasped, obviously, security intervened, and the man was then escorted off the stage. And Altman, literally looked a little bit startled, but then he composed himself and the event went on. The San Francisco Public Defender's Office later confirmed that the document was real and it's a lawful subpoena naming Altman as a potential witness in an ongoing criminal case. And it wasn't some random act. The activist group Stop AI took responsibility, and they say their members are facing trial for what they describe as a non-violent.
I mean, I suppose when you're a public figure, you can't hide from those subpoenas, right? And this is what it was really connected to.
The key lawyer suing AI companies for the alleged mental health harms of their AI chatbots has filed new lawsuits against OpenAI, 4 of which involve suicides. When we last spoke with Mithali, she warned us of the continuing dangers of human-like chatbots.
This is in connection to the parents whose children committed suicide after talking with chatbots. Funny stuff. Man, Australia, you're not immune to the Islamic stuff, huh? I would have hoped, but this guy at this meeting says, "Know this, Islam will enter every house. Don't worry about Islamophobes. They can tap all they want. Their children will be Muslim." Who could have imagined this many Muslims in Australia? And it's not going to stop. You can stop immigration. You can do Muslim bans. Allah is not stopping. Hey, boy. I wouldn't be surprised if gun sales go up, down, under after that. And this, I'm not going to share this video either. You can find it if you want, but this is happening in Portland. This woman tried to follow ICE around and honk real loud before they could get out of their cars and arrest people. And it's really quite psychotic that people would do this. And when they stopped her at the end of the video, she just looked like she felt so bad and so stupid for being a dumbass. No excuses. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, or I meant to, about James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey. Jeffrey Epstein had claimed that James Comey's daughter offered his freedom if he agreed to implicate Donald Trump, according to his cellmate, after his arrest on child sex trafficking charges in July of 2019. He was transferred to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, where he shared a cell with ex-cop Nicholas Tartaleone, who was awaiting trial before being convicted on a quadruple murder charge. He claimed that Epstein, who died a month after being arrested, told him prosecutors had offered to cut a deal if he would snitch on President Trump, who was then in his first term. Prosecutors told Epstein he could walk free in a petition to be pardoned. He told me that Maureen Comey said that he didn't have to prove anything. Yeah, it's basically everything we went over yesterday. I think we did go over it yesterday, didn't we? Such a point, maybe at the end of the show. Where are they going to be able to go with that, though? It's his ex-cellmate's word, a quadruple murderer. I don't think that's good for much, but also not surprising because that's the kind of shit they try and do. Donald Trump said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." I just had a great call between Benjamin Netanyahu and Kassym-Jomart Tokayev of Kazakhstan, first country in my second term to join the Abraham Accords. We talked about that last night as well. A major step forward in building bridges across the world. Today, more nations are lining up to embrace peace and prosperity through my Abraham Accords. This was interesting from last night. Somebody wrote, "Christmas time is here, the Empire State Building." Looks to me more like that whole red line thing again on Melania's outfit, but I don't know. Maybe it's Christmassy. Is it Christmas time already? J.D. Vance posted this yesterday. The shutdown has now passed from farce into tragedy, and the consequences of this national emergency fall on every senator and congressman who refuses to open the government. I've shown you before, 4 more days and Trump can adjourn Congress himself and make whatever decisions he wants by law. And that would be what? The 40th day of the shutdown? Am I right on that? Clearly I'm missing something there. Must be a law I don't know about. This is about Utah. Dear Mr. President Trump, urgent request for intervention under Utah election crisis. The ship of state in Utah has been seized by pirates. Did you know? Those in charge have thrown our constitutional and civil rights overboard and continue to ignore the voices of the people. We, the undersigned citizens of Utah, therefore petition for you, our Commander-in-Chief, to intervene under 10 U.S.C. 253 to restore lawful Republican governance and protect our constitutional rights. Utah's 2024 election was unlawfully stolen through a series of precisely orchestrated deceptions. Lieutenant Governor Deirdre Henderson, head of elections in association with her boss, Governor Spencer Cox, deliberately ignored results of the Utah State Republican Convention by forcing the lawfully nominated convention nominees to continue campaigning and participate in an illegitimate direct primary with the rejected and disqualified candidates that engage in a signature-gathering trick to have a second chance. This counterfeit ballot obstructed the state's lawful convention-based nomination process for multiple positions, including a U.S. Senate seat. We now have a class action RICO case filed in federal court to expose and challenge this corruption, as we have been denied all attempts to do so within the state. However, the judicial process is hijacking our complaint, and we fear our voices will be refused to be heard once again, as our case has been forced to magistrate hell, and we are being denied an Article 3 judge. We are currently over 3,700 claimants signed on, and this number grows by the hour. The case in the Federal District of Utah can be reviewed at utahcorruption.com. It involves the United States' undeniable federal interests in the enforcement of civil rights. Wow. Class action RICO, huh? We might see some progress on that. Will Utah be like the first state to really put forth solid election fraud evidence? Like solid. I mean, depending on who's looking at it. I don't know. Plaintiffs in the Utah RICO case, Halverson Cox, filed a magnificent motion to join the U.S. as a plaintiff. Now we know the court system has been corrupted. For example, the court clerk in this case has already usurped her authority and illegally assigned the case to a magistrate judge without plaintiff's consent. Plaintiffs plan to file an objection to this illegal behavior, but we need you. The power has already resided in the people, so this is how you can help. Pictured as an open letter to Trump asking for help. He has the lawful authority to help when the state system has become so corrupt that people cannot get relief. Utah is so corrupt that we can't get any help from the legislative department, which some are part of the corruption. The executive department is the one cheating, and the justice department is protecting the corruption. Wow. So they're asking that you share that with Trump. I'm sure he will see it. Trump is spoon-feeding it to us. Terminate the filibuster, pass voter ID, election security laws, and the Dems will never win a presidential election again. They will cede a plethora of seats in the House and Senate, and the Dems will face extinction. This is the death blow. If Republicans kill the filibuster, they sail to victory for many years to come. If they don't, disaster waiting to happen. And of course, Trump met with Viktor Orban today, the Prime Minister of Hungary. I'm not going to stick on this too long.
Moving on to other news now. As the closest ally in the European Union to both Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Viktor Orban is hoping to use his unique position for a favorable exception to U.S. measures targeting Russia over the war in Ukraine. As he meets with the U.S. president in Washington today, the Hungarian prime minister then wants a waiver on American sanctions on Russian oil. Hungary, of course, being heavily dependent on Russian fossil fuels, and this despite EU efforts to wean itself off since the start of the war in Ukraine. For more on this, France 24's international affairs editor Philip Turl joins me.
So it sounds like Viktor Orban's trying to negotiate on behalf of peace between the states and Russia, pretending to at least. Wanting to get those oil sanctions lifted over there in Russia. That's the one war that Trump can't seem to tackle, but he doesn't seem to want to waste his time anymore because he knows Zelensky's, backed by Starmer and Merz and Europe. And Macron. Trump administration is now at least 175 investigations into the H-1B visa abuse by companies seeking to replace American jobs with foreigners. It's quite a bit of, it's a lot of investigations.
The U.S. Department of Labor has launched a sweeping crackdown on potential abuses of the H-1B visa program, unveiling over 175 ongoing investigations aimed at protecting American jobs. Under the initiative called Project Firewall, which began this September, the department is making sure employers prioritize qualified American workers before turning to foreign talent. In a historic move, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer is personally certifying the start of these investigations, a first in the department's history.
Yeah. You know, there really is a lot being shown in the comms, and I know after the past few days of being fairly quiet, a lot of people think that maybe all of this is further out than we expected, but I don't know. I still don't think so. I think this month will be interesting. Robert Kennedy said, we're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change food culture in this country. This sort of goes back to what I just said. I mean, you saw him do the whole Ozempic thing yesterday, and we know they don't support it, neither Trump nor Robert Kennedy. And yet they told you they were lowering costs, and everyone thought that meant they were changing their position. But I don't know, that they just do things a weird way to tell you things. And Robert Kennedy told us yesterday he wanted to get to the cause of obesity, and really this is what he's talking about today. They're going to change the kinds of food that the military gets, the culture of food in the country, the kind of food our children get. They're going to release new dietary guidelines come December.
President Trump is the friend of the forgotten American. Obesity is a disease of poverty, overwhelmingly. And these drugs have only been available for people who have wealth. At one point, the majority of prescriptions, the highest concentration of prescriptions in this country was the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And what about the people who live in rural areas, who live in food deserts? What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them. It's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release
You can write new dietary guidelines, but you can't lead a jack away from his Doritos. Yeah, I don't know. They do things so freaking weird. Turkey issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and 36 other Israeli officials, accusing them of genocide and crimes against humanity committed in Gaza. We know the international communities already issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu a long time ago.
Breaking news from Istanbul. The Istanbul Chief Public Prosecutor's Office has officially issued arrest warrants for 37 individuals, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, on charges of committing genocide. The announcement was made Friday, marking one of the most significant international legal moves in recent years. According to officials, the warrants are part of an ongoing investigation into alleged war crimes and atrocities committed during Israel's attacks in Gaza.
It just seems like another game to me. I don't know. Anyway, moving forward. In New Hampshire, trans former Democrat lawmaker was charged with stomach-turning child porn offenses after a daycare worker's girlfriend sent naked photos of toddlers in her care.
state representative will be sentenced in February after pleading guilty to charges that include sexual exploitation of children. Stacey Lawton requested explicit photos of children from Lindsay Groves, who worked at a daycare in Tyngsboro, Massachusetts. Groves pleaded guilty last month. Prosecutors say the two were dating at the time and exchanged thousands of text messages about those pictures. Lawton was elected to the New Hampshire House 3 times, but resigned twice because of separate legal problems.
So is that a woman that became a man that became a woman? It's getting hard to tell, isn't it? Florida Republican Maria Salazar is demanding that the House GOP pass her mass amnesty bill, complaining that Hispanics are fleeing the Republican Party. I kind of disagree.
I am in the heart of my district, district number 27 in Florida, one of the most Hispanic and diverse districts in the country. And unfortunately, Latinos are leaving the Republican Party after giving us a monumental chance in 2024. Latinos made history just 1 year ago. 1 in 2 Hispanics gave President Trump and the Republican Party a chance for the first time ever. 55% of Hispanic males voted for President Trump, something that was unthinkable. But I've said it before.
All the legal Hispanic voters that I hear talking seem to back what Trump's doing entirely because they came here legally the right way, you know? I don't know what she's talking about. And in Florida, I would think people in Florida back Trump more than anywhere. So I saw the bits and pieces of this today saying they were trying to have a new George Floyd because they had this ICE video of ICE allegedly choking out a guy until he went into a seizure and blah, blah, blah. And Homeland Security put this out. Imagine faking a seizure to help a criminal escape justice. The target of this operation, Juliana Milena Oyeha Montoya, is the worst of the worst. In August of 2025, local police arrested her, a criminal illegal alien from Ecuador, for assault and battery with a dangerous weapon after she stabbed her coworker twice with a pair of scissors and then threw a trash barrel at her. She was released into the country by the Biden administration in 2023. During ICE's targeted vehicle stop of her child and husband were in the car. The target threw the child into the arms of her husband while he was purported to have a medical episode, though refused medical help and displayed absolutely no signs of medical concern moments later. Emergency personnel on the scene found no legitimate medical episode. ICE called 911 and he refused medical care. Agitators attempted to impede the arrest. Yeah. Meanwhile, the diddlers making toilet bowl wine, and apparently that's worthy of a story. He does give a good recipe, though, I guess.
Guess who just got caught drinking in prison? In prison. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Apparently, Diddy and some of his jailhouse buddies have been making their own liquor. A source told TMZ that at the low-security prison at Fort Dix, where Diddy is being housed, they were making alcohol with Fanta, sugar, and apples, which the inmates give 2 weeks to ferment into an alcoholic substance, and then they can drink. Apparently, they were going to move him to a different unit because of this, but now they've changed their minds for some reason. So he...
Fanta, sugar, and apples. Just let it sit in the shitter for 2 weeks and you got some booze. Wow. I didn't know you got sugar in prison. Why the fuck you get sugar in prison? I mean, you don't get sugar a lot of places. I don't get it. Don't get it. I don't get any of it. They're trying to make Trump look like he's old and dying, saying that in this particular video, he didn't recognize a flag.
Well, thank you very much.
we'll start by signing 3 very important bills. And Will, would you discuss them, please?
Yes, sir. This is H.R. 2808. This is the Home Buyers Privacy Protection Act. The congressman here was the lead sponsor, so I think maybe he
John
probably
Ross, yes.
say more about it than I
John,
can.
please.
Well, it's difficult for Americans to buy a home, particularly after the last 4 years, sir. But with the president's signature today, we're going to make it easy for people to buy a home without getting hassled. For years, their private personal information has been bought and sold in the open market, resulting in them getting innumerable phone calls and text messages. But with your signature today, we're going to put an end to that so that when Americans try to realize the American dream of owning a home, they're able to do so without being harassed.
Good job. Good. It's a great honor, John.
Pretty sharp to me.
Okay. There it is. And that's going to help a lot of the homeowners of our great country. John, want to hold that?
Sure.
Thank you, John, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Will, you go ahead.
And I'd like to leave you with this gift from a constituent back in Tennessee.
Oh, I could use that at night.
It's an American flag.
That's very nice. I like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Next, we have a number of executive.
Maybe you thought it was a pillow. You don't generally get a flag that big in a. I don't know. The media really loves. I mean, he remembered John Rice's name. He seemed pretty smart to me. Didn't they claim that he slumped over yesterday or fell asleep right before the Ozempic guy passed out?
Oof, it's not looking good for you, Donald. Yesterday during a press conference, you just fell asleep and started snoring while a press conference about health-related things was taking place. Zoom in on him right now. Yeah, what the hell was going on there? Then during this press conference, someone associated with
looks to me like he just blinked.
Eli Lilly, who was in the room, collapsed, and your response was to just stand up, freeze, and look at the cameras. Very odd behavior. Then you put up 3 pieces of paper on the outside of the Oval Office that says the Oval Office. Do you need help trying to get there? Do you need that to remind you where the door is to the Oval Office? It seems like that's what's going on. And if
somehow I doubt it. I don't know how he remembers where he wakes up one day from the next. He's probably got a better memory than I do. Yeah. I don't know. You think it's predictive programming? I don't know. I really don't. You think they're going to let Trump die on us and make us feel like we're really at the end of things? I don't know what they got in store for us patriots, but it's annoying, isn't it? Air travel reductions will continue to increase.
Senate set to reconvene at noon. There is a measure on the table.
Yeah, that measure didn't go anywhere.
It could potentially fund the government through Thanksgiving, also including some full-year funding for some agencies, but not all. And so we will watch that closely. Meantime, we mentioned the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. He actually spoke just moments ago. We're told this is this is in D.C., and addressing what we're seeing today. Let's listen into what he had to say.
I necessarily didn't want to give the data because some people might say, well, you're at 10%, it should be at 15%. Others might say it should be at 5%. It is not a science, it is an art that we're trying to deploy to keep people safe in the airspace. And we're trying to prevent the pressure that we now see building in the system. There's a very easy solution. Let's open the government up. Let's pay our controllers and reduce the pressure. That's not happening. The Senate actually is going home this weekend.
Well, Joe Biden would just replace all the air traffic controllers with illegals that couldn't speak English. So there's that at least. Chuck Schumer proposed a plan for reopening the government. We'll hear what John Kennedy has to say about that.
All right, live action right now on the Senate floor as they try to break through this impasse on the longest shutdown of the federal government in modern history. So Democrats are making a list of demands to get the government reopened ahead of their potential 15th vote, which could come at any time now on this Friday afternoon. Listen to what Minority Leader Chuck Schumer proposed just moments ago.
Democrats would like to see an end to this shutdown, and we want to respect Leader Thune's desire not to negotiate on ACA until after the government reopens. Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs.
Okay, so there you are. Louisiana Senator John Kennedy joins me now. He serves on the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Senator Kennedy, welcome. Always good to have you with us. What is your response to Chuck Schumer's proposal here to keep those ACA benefits going for another year, bipartisan committee to work on those, and reopen the government with the clean CR?
God, please give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm going to need bail money. What Senator Schumer is suggesting is that we do the dumbest thing possible that won't work. Stupid should hurt more. Senator Schumer says we should just extend the status quo for a year. What does that mean? That means that we would have to take $35 billion of taxpayer money and give it directly to the health insurance companies without any commitment of lowering premiums. How is that going to reduce health care costs? How's that going to reduce premiums? The health care companies are going to take $35 billion from the taxpayers and put it into their pockets. I mean, duh. Mm-hmm. I don't know what Senator Schumer is thinking. Earth to Chuck. Earth to Chuck. Am I going to vote for this? The short answer is no. The long answer is hell no. I think we're just going to have to get used to the fact that we've been in a shutdown. We're going to be in a shutdown for a while. I voted 14 times to lift the shutdown. The Democrats and Senator Rand Paul have voted 14 times to keep the government shut down. We're just going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like what Senator Schumer just proposed is really any different than where Democrats have been all along. They wanted $1.5 trillion. You say $36 billion. I guess there's a lot of different numbers on this package, but to keep the Obamacare benefits were expanded during COVID. And of course, once you give something, very hard to claw it back. So that's where we are right now. And so the impact is of having that extension pulled away is making people's new health care benefits rise. But as you say, it's not fixing the problem in terms of lowering costs. Is there any, I just spoke with the former Governor Sununu, and he said, what they need to do is accept Senator Thune's next proposal and agree on it and get to.
Yeah, they didn't do that, did they? Well, Chucky tried to come up with his own proposal. And as usual, everyone's just as confused about SNAP as ever before. States were told that the funds will be available as the legal battle continues, allegedly in full, though that seems to vary at times during the day. Then this asinine post says the USDA will fund the benefits and feed millions of Americans. Like they're going to have to do it because Trump's not going to do it. But, he did say he was going to do it.
The Trump administration told states that they would immediately begin funding SNAP benefits in full. But earlier today, the administration appealed a federal judge's order to do so. But they have to wait for that appeal to go through the courts. A federal district judge ordered the administration to make the SNAP payments by today. The administration, in a court filing, said that because of the shutdown, there was only enough money to pay partial benefits in November. But NBC News obtained a memo from the USDA that shows the funds would be available later today.
What funds? The partial funds? The contingency funds? Does anybody have a clue? Trump agreed to do it, but he still appealed, and that seemed to confuse him. So Cornell University reached a $60 million deal with Trump to restore their federal funding.
Cornell University has reached a historic agreement with the Trump administration, securing a $60 million deal to restore its federal funding. This major development follows months of negotiations between Cornell officials and federal agencies after funding was suspended earlier this year due to policy disputes. The deal not only brings financial relief to the Ivy League institution, but also signals a turning point in the ongoing relationship between universities and the federal government. Cornell, located in Ithaca, New York, is one of the most prestigious.
Maybe New York will do the same when they realize Trump's not giving them their money. Maybe they'll get rid of Mamdani. Who knows? Trump issued some pardons recently. First being to former Major League Baseball player Darryl Strawberry for his 1995 tax evasion charge.
In a move that caught some by surprise, President Trump has gone to bat for Darryl Strawberry, pardoning the Mets legend for his tax evasion conviction from 30 years ago. Strawberry wrote on social media yesterday, "I was overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking God for setting me free from my past, helping me become a better man, husband, and father." He added, "This has nothing to do with politics. It's about a man, President Trump, caring deeply for a friend. God used him as a vessel to set me free forever." Strawberry was a contestant on Trump's Celebrity Apprentice. Back in 1995, he served 6 months home confinement and repaid $350,000 in back taxes and penalties after pleading guilty to a single count of tax evasion.
Doesn't seem like it warrants a presidential pardon exactly. So I don't know what to say. It's a little weird. It wasn't the only pardon either. He approved a pardon for former New York Police Department officer that was convicted in a Chinese government scheme. Michael McMahon, the White House said Friday, retired New York police officer, convicted in 2023 for his role in stalking a New Jersey family on behalf of the Chinese government. The man had a distinguished career with the NYPD, earning 75 commendations, including the Police Combat Cross, before medically retiring after a crash during a high-speed chase. He also was at the 9/11 aftermath. Must be more to it, I'm assuming. He was indicted for his work investigating an individual. He was told it embezzled funds from a construction company. In reality, the people who had hired him were actually Chinese spies utilizing his services to track down an individual. Yeah, but I mean, if he didn't know they were spies, I don't know. In other news, Elise Stefanik announced she will be running for governor of New York.
We're following breaking news this morning. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from upstate New York just made official what had been widely expected. She is running for governor next year. She released a 2.5-minute video that repeatedly refers to Kathy Hochul as the worst governor in America. Stefanik's announcement comes 3 days after the election of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. Hochul endorsed him, a fact that Stefanik is sure to emphasize early and often, just as she did in her video.
Cozied up to a defund the police, tax-hiking, anti-Semitic communist.
Stefanik is
As long as she doesn't wear that orange suit ever again, we'll be fine. Nicolas Maduro's taken to taunting Trump lately, which probably won't end well.
It turns out this young man is causing such a stir among the North American empire. I'm amazed to see my picture. I'm still amazed to see my picture and my image on Fox News, CNN. And I say, damn, how far have you gone, Nico? What are they afraid of if it's not me? It's a people standing tall in battle, Bolivarian Kavistas, masters of their own destiny, who will never be humiliated, who will never be surrendered.
Their destiny of killing people around the world with their drugs. We're not afraid of you, you piece of Venezuelan shit. We're tired of our children dying from your empire that you so freely want to rule. Department of Justice moves to hide testimony the Trump prosecutor used to indict the president's political foe. Is that what James Comey is? The political foe?
So the other day, a federal judge really put her foot down against the Trump administration and their Department of Justice, along with a prosecutor named Lindsay Halligan. It seems Halligan was trying to avoid giving a full rundown of everything she did and said during the grand jury proceedings, specifically about the indictments against James Comey and Letitia James. Judge Curry is presiding over this whole situation, and let me tell you, she's not one to mess around. Now, Judge Curry wanted all the documents related to those grand jury proceedings on her desk by 5 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah, but didn't she say she didn't think Trump did anything vindictive? I think this is just more media twisting the story, which is what they do. The National Guard found a suspicious underground structure near Rio Grande. I think that would be what we call a tunnel.
And a Mexican National Guard unit in Juarez says they found a suspicious underground structure leading to the banks of the Rio Grande. The tunnel-like structure was located just over 100 yards from a smuggler's tunnel in the U.S. Authorities found
the tunnel-like structure.
That one back in January, and authorities believe it was used to transport drugs and high-value migrants. Guard members found an access point to the newest structure at the edge of Juan Pablo II Boulevard in Juarez. They found the exit on the Mexican levee of the river. Mexican authorities told Border Report that after a thorough investigation, the soldiers determined the new tunnel was an old storm drainage pipe.
Well, they should probably keep their eyes out for those tunnel-like structures, since we appear to be blowing every drug boat out of the water that hits the water. Means they might just be trying to dig a lot more of those tunnel-like structures. U.S. Congressional Budget Office was hit by a suspected cyber attack. This came up yesterday.
Hey, Melissa. Well, yes, lawmakers were informed that the Congressional Budget Office has had a security incident. Washington Post going a step further and reporting that they were hacked by foreign actors. The Congressional Budget Office did confirm to CNBC in a statement that they have identified a security incident, have taken immediate action to contain it, and have implemented additional monitoring and new security controls to further protect the agency's systems going forward. They say the incident is being investigated. In the meanwhile, lawmakers have been told, and lawmakers and their staffers, to be extra cautious from any sort of communications. Again, Congressional Budget Office, you heard about it a lot when Trump did the mega bill, but they are really sort of the key research arm. They have a lot of data, a lot of financial data, a lot of economic data, and it remains to be seen exactly how far this breach went. And
maybe time to get those SafeLink Space Force systems up and running anytime now. We can't stop a hack. It doesn't leave you much confidence we could stop a missile. Funeral plans set for Dick Cheney. You know what kind of a loving event state funerals are. When Donald Trump can rub shoulders with the fake Barack Obama. It will take place November 20th at the Washington National Cathedral in D.C. at 10 a.m. It is not known yet whether it will be a state funeral or if Cheney will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. Will it be a state funeral or will he lie in state? He can lie in hell for all I care. I wonder when he really died. That's the question. New data reveals how many people that Trump is holding in ICE custody. The number 66,000.
CBS News is the first to report the number of people in ICE custody is now at a record 66,000. That number is up from 39,000 at the start of Trump's second term. As President Trump ramps up immigration enforcement, the White House has expanded the detention system with holding facilities in some Republican-led states.
See, we hear MAGA folk call that a good thing. You know, that's called doubling detentions. We like that. For all you people in Houston tomorrow, make sure you make Gavin Newsom feel comfortable. He will be there holding a rally after his Prop 50 win in California, giving a bunch of schmug talk to people in Houston. So again, make sure you attend, make him feel real comfortable the Texas way. Whatever that means. I don't live there. I'm in Illinois. You don't want to know the Illinois way. Pete Hegseth announced changes to military arms sales today in his little talk.
Announcing a change to foreign military sales operations. News Nation's Kelly Meyer covering a Hegseth speech today, just wrapping up at the National War College in D.C. Joins us from there now. Kelly, what do we hear?
Yeah, hey there, Connell. So we heard more about what they plan to do to speed up weapons purchases to make sure, as they say, war fighters have what they need in the battlefield. Hegseth spoke for about an hour, a little over an hour here at the National War College. He just wrapped up. It was a small auditorium, as you see here. It was filled with military leaders as well as industry leaders, really making the pitch to them about how he's going to reform it. It was talking a lot about cutting red tape, which is something that we've heard from the president over at the White House, really trying to speed up the process of getting things done here in Washington. He was saying how he would see a contract for weapons to allies that wasn't going to get there till 2038, and he didn't understand why, so they're going through trying to reform the process. So he talked about a lot of new efforts here that they are announcing today and putting in the inbox of these military leaders as well as industry leaders to try to speed up the effort. He says that this is a, quote, matter of life or death. That he used some words from a...
Seems like it might be more of a matter of life or death for us here, and we should speed up weapons manufacturing rather than selling them off to other countries. That never ends well. Another super powerful storm on the planet's headed for landfall. But where? Where's it headed? Not America.
The looming super typhoon that is expected to hit the country this weekend may be as strong as Super Typhoon Pepito, which devastated several provinces in the country last year. In a briefing on Friday, November 7, Pag-asa Administrator Dr. Nathaniel Servando warns the public that widespread flooding and landslides are anticipated due to the approaching cyclone. According to Pag-asa, severe tropical...
Were you holding your breath there, Mary? Or were you going, please not Jamaica, please not Jamaica? Mary, you got to find a way home without having to take a boat. Yes, China has a fentanyl factory, lots of them, and Trump just held the tariffs over their head and said if you want to get rid of these tariffs, you're going to have to put an end to your fentanyl factories so we don't have to do it for you. That's a good thing. Ed Eagle Martin, Mr. Ed Martin, put out this post today. P-I-P-E. Pipe? Is there a bomb coming? A boom coming? Or is he talking about the pipe bomb story that went nowhere yet? Pipe. Maybe he's talking about my pipe. Can't have my pipe. A couple things from Trump. I've asked the DOJ to immediately begin an investigation into the meat packing companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they are being blamed for what is being done by majority foreign-owned meat packers who are artificially inflating prices, jeopardizing the security of our nation's food supply. Interesting. And it is a total disgrace that the G20 will be held in South Africa. Afrikaners, people who are descended from Dutch settlers and also French and German immigrants, are being killed and slaughtered, and their land and farms are being illegally confiscated. No U.S. government official will attend as long as these human rights abuse continues. I look forward to hosting the 2026 G20 in Miami. Boy, that will make for an interesting summit. Some people go to Miami, some will head to South Africa. Maybe some won't even show up. Dan Scavino, nomination sent to the Senate. Brian Barber of Louisiana to be the U.S. Marshal for the Western District of Louisiana for the term of 4 years. Brian Gutkin of Montana to be U.S. Marshal for the District of Montana for the term of 4 years. And James Stewart of Minnesota, same thing, United States Marshal for District of Minnesota for 4 years. Does it connect to the Q post? I don't know. Thank you for arriving. Frustration is very high. Can marshals physically remove text, tapes, etc.? Doesn't matter. We have it all. A federal grand jury issued subpoenas to former CIA Director John Brennan, ex-FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and others as part of the DOJ's investigation into the Russiagate hoax.
Tonight, just in the past few minutes, Fox News Digital is now reporting a federal grand jury has subpoenaed former CIA Director John Brennan, former FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, as well as others. It is part of the Justice Department's investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Sources say the trio were served with federal subpoenas today. Law enforcement sources also say up to 30 subpoenas will be issued in the coming days related to this investigation. We'll follow that. Tonight.
So federal prosecutors are preparing to issue subpoenas as part of a grand jury investigation into former CIA Director John Brennan. House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan referred Brennan to the DOJ last month. He's accusing Brennan of, quote, willfully and intentionally making false statements to Congress. Here's Congressman Brandon Gill with this.
John Brennan is somebody who led the weaponization of the federal government against President Trump. He said that the CIA did not want to use the Steele dossier as...
I know what you're thinking. Are any of these people going to go down? And here in my hometown at the university I went to, Eastern Illinois University approves a Turning Point USA chapter overriding the rejection by the student government. If only I was still a student.
A Turning Point USA chapter will now be a registered student group at EIU, but it didn't come about without some pushback. The student government had voted, the school student government had voted to reject the chapter's creation, but the university says the vote was only advisory and administrators overturned it. They pointed to a dedication to the First Amendment in their decision. EIU saying in a statement they, quote, are committed to free speech, the freedom of association, and viewpoint diversity. Turning Point USA has chapters at hundreds of schools. WCIA3 reached out to the Student Government Association for comment, but did not hear back.
Yeah. I wish I was still a student. Love fighting things like that. All right. That is all the god-awful news for the day. We're going to take a look at some other things here. I kind of wanted to change things up a little and watch something different. I've got a few things to to look at, actually. But let's start with somebody we don't normally listen to and see what his show's like. So we're going to start with this video from Jordan Clark, and we got other things to check out.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
Speeding forward.
Take my check. Let's see here. Maybe a little better. You guys hear me okay? Some technical issues there. My bad. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Friday night. Give me a thumbs up if we're good on the sound. I see Rumble's on. I see Facebook's on. I see X is on. That's good news. Good news. Well, guys, I hope you all had a fantastic end to the week. Perfect. Thank you. Looks like we got a lot of people on Rumble on. This is perfect. Well, guys, if you want to hang around, we're going to do a giveaway. We're going to pick a winner to join the Crypto Collective family on Me. So we'll do a little competition here. Since everything's in one chat now, and I don't have a separate chat for Instagram anymore, it'll be nice to be able to do it this way. But yeah, we got a lot to discuss and kind of some things to go over. And obviously, we're just facing this shutdown, man. This shutdown from the Democrats and all the election fraud and all the illegals. And it's really it's one of those times where I think I've said it so many times over and over. It's just repetitive, right? It's repetitive. Like people, it's almost like, why can't we just all wake up at the same time? For good Lord's sakes. I mean, oh my gosh. I'm going to get into that a little bit. I got to turn this light down a little bit. A little bright on me. There we go. By the way, we got the Jesus Loves Q shirt on. So just remember, Jesus loves Q, as in you. Jesus loves Q. So guys, got some announcements too. I didn't do very many notes tonight, as you can see. I said I'm gonna put this together and wing it. And guys, I watch a ton of reports. I watch a ton of different things every day, every night to put these shows together. And sometimes it just it becomes too much. Like you almost just have to take a step back. And I hope you guys are doing that and not consuming too much to where you're overflowed with what is real, what is not, what is this, right? It's so important right now because there's a lot of fake stuff out there. There's a lot of pointless stuff being put on social media. And, like I always tell everybody, make sure you guys are on the right apps. Make sure you guys are spending your time on the right apps that are going to give you the information. If you truly want to know what's going on, I think there's just some people out there that don't want to know what's going on. And that's unfortunate, but the world is changing. Like I put in my description, the world is changing. So guys, let's jump to it. I guess I got an announcement. I got things to get to for sure. I'm excited about, and you'll want to stay till the end for sure. A lot of QComs. We're going to go over a lot of QComs. If you guys are still not familiar with Q, or you guys are still not believers in Q, or you guys still think that Q is a psyop, or you think Q is demonic, or you think it's just a bunch of BS, it's truly coming to life every day. Like it's going to get to the point, like it's so exciting because we can really paint this picture and we know what's coming. It's that exciting. So, man, I just feel bad for the people out there. Like I don't know how people go upon their everyday life at this point, not wondering what the heck is going on. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's just the algorithm. I don't know. It's mind boggling to me. I guess it's just easier to sit back and watch your drama shows or whatever, your Netflix and go out and drink and party. And do whatever on TikTok, dances. I have no idea. But man, there's so much more going on. So guys, drop me a verse if you would. Someone's got a verse on their heart, scripture I can start off with. Someone drop me a Bible verse, and then we'll jump into prayer. I don't know how this darn thing got on Yahoo. Okay, looks like Tony came in quick. Tony, awesome. Galatians. Galatians. I love Galatians. Yes, Galatians, Ephesians. Galatians. What did you say, Tony? Galatians 2:20.
Hope he speeds up a little.
By the way, guys, Galatians is literally, don't tell me you can't read your Bible. Galatians starts right here. 1, 2, and that's it. 2 pages. Galatians. So no excuses. Galatians 2:20 says, I do not set aside the grace of God, for if righteousness could be gained through the law, Christ died for nothing. Very, very good. Very, very good one for tonight. Actually, I'm going to break it down a little more. So, the NIV version is, I have been crucified with Christ and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me. The life I now live in the body, I live by faith in the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me. Absolutely. Died for our sins. Something I wanted to add to that, guys. There's a couple of quotes that I had in my notes I've been wanting to read. Listen to these. These were mentioned in our service last week, and I put them in my notes. They're so good. But we had a guest speaker, and he said in his sermon, he said, you can be morally clean, but spiritually you can be empty. You can be morally clean, but spiritually you're empty. You may be doing everything morally right in the worldly ways, but if you're empty with spirit, if you're empty with faith, if you're empty with following Jesus, that is not a good emptiness to have. And the other one I had here, right here, is waiting or patience reveals whether your faith is borrowed or built. So waiting reveals whether your faith is borrowed or built. Think about that for a second. Is your faith built on a firm foundation, right? Or is it borrowed?
I love what he's talking about, but he's going slow. So I'm gonna change it to a little here. Which do I want to play? You know what? I'm gonna start with this Sheila clip.
Hisbest.org. Sheila, thank you so much. You're definitely an audience favorite, so I appreciate you joining me.
Well, you got a great audience. I tell you, they're in communication all the time. They're telling me other things they're finding. I mean, it's just, you've really, really trained up warriors. I'm so excited to be with you.
Well, they help me just as much as I just bring out the information that I get from them, from Juan, from you. I'm just trying to put the pieces of the puzzles together. I'm not claiming I know anything more than anybody else. I just want to know what the hell's going on. So, and I get things wrong, no doubt, but I try to correct myself. But with that being said, what kind of new information can you give us? I mean, it looks like there's more subpoenas coming out. I have an article here that they're getting ready for 30 subpoenas related to Brennan. I mean, that's a lot of subpoenas. 30 more FBI subpoenas related to Russiagate investigations are going out today or tomorrow. That was put out yesterday. So I'm imagining that this is, Now, Justice Department officials in Miami and Washington, D.C. are actively preparing to issue several grand jury subpoenas relating to an investigation into former CIA Director John Brennan, Fox News has learned. So are they slow walking this for the public? I mean, so that when they do drop the hammer for what we've all said, Gitmo, military tribunals, that this happens first, this long period of investigations, subpoenas, indictments, this is how it's going to happen first before it goes into the military tribunals?
The indictments are already sealed. The indictments are already prepared. All of that work was done. And it's not a slow walk. And where we're at, I think, and this is because I've been observing this the whole time and sharing the Sussman case, sharing the Kleinsmith case, those are the two that Durham released. And when he released those, he didn't just release 4 to 5 pages of pleadings. And that's a typical court case structure. He was doing 45 to 55 pages. Why? He's doing it for historic and for educational. Is because remember when our president held up the Bible and he went back when they tried to burn the church behind the White House and he walked his guy back there and he said, this is our rule of law. We don't go in and raid people's houses and then find out 12 months later, 18 months later that they didn't do anything. You know what I mean? That's not what we do. That's what they've been doing, but that's not what we do. So in following the rule of law, and people are getting mad at Pam Bondi and they're getting mad at the process. And just think about Kash Patel. How many guys can he trust in the FBI? If they had that many informants
he's
on
taking
January
a lot
6th,
of heat right now, man. That guy's taking bombs.
Well, they all are. And the threats on their life and the bounty on their heads. I mean, Who are the people doing this to these people who sacrificed everything? They could be making a lot more money out in the world and doing what they do instead of coming in and trying to clean this all up. But it's not a slow walk. It's a perfected walk because we don't want to get to the point and then they don't end up getting their sentence. They don't end up getting the full conviction of everything they've done. It's just like people said, why are there so many elections here in 25? Sheila, it's not even an election year. And I said, the executive order came out, explained what the voting process is supposed to be, and they did the same crimes again.
Yeah, I got video of how Mamdani won. They weren't checking IDs, nothing. You just had to show up and vote. Some people voted. They said that they could vote twice. It was insane.
Well, I'll tell you what's really fun is, who is this guy? Is he even American? Because they never understand. I mean, even when they had de Blasio, and this is in my books, de Blasio changed his name 3 times after his father, Warren Wilhelm Sr., died in 1979. Why? He wanted it. They told him he had to sound more Italian to become the mayor of New York. De Blasio is of the Wilhelm line, who was abdicated as Kaiser Wilhelm in Germany because they didn't win World War I. So this isn't new for us. And people keep saying, all these people without proper identification, and let's get into the election process. I'm so glad we're having this conversation today because now you've witnessed the crimes committed again. And now let me go back and explain again. It's not just voter registration rolls. Why is voter registration putting people on ballots without them qualifying to be a candidate?
Yeah,
Jeb Bush never qualified to run for president. George W. never qualified. George H.W. never qualified. Your parents have to be Americans. Their parents were never Americans. Bush 41 was in the German Navy when he was 16, and then the family was over here in America. And there is no transition documentation. Remember when our people came through Ellis Island, they had to prove they had no police records, they had committed no crimes, all their debts were paid, everything had to be confirmed, and then you get to enter the country, but most of them, they changed the names. What the heck? And so my family, my dad's dad was Holmen. They shortened it to Holm. His brother comes 2 weeks later on a different ship from England, and his name is Holmen. And so they come into America, and what are these guys doing? Their parents are from Germany. They're from Switzerland. There's no background. There's no anything. So why was Wilhelm allowed to do this, to become this guy de Blasio after 3 name changes and become the mayor of New York? But none of these presidents are worried about Obama. None of these presidents have qualified to even run. They shouldn't have even been on the ballot. Harris had no reason to be on the ballot. I mean, it goes on and on. Rubio wouldn't have qualified for the ballot. Ted Cruz definitely didn't qualify for the ballot. Neither one of his parents. His mom used to be an American, got rid of her citizenship and married the guy who helped Castro become the head of Cuba, and married him and gave up her American citizenship and became a Canadian to meet him in Canada and marry him. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. And so none of this is new. When people keep saying, oh my God, can you believe what they're doing now? None of this is new. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, we have so much work to do, because even cleaning up the election process, even cleaning up the polls, even cleaning up who gets to vote. Why are we voting on the wrong people? Why are they even on the ballot? It makes no sense. Anyway.
I'm going to play this for a second. I'm trying to enlarge it, but this is so crazy.
No, it's okay. I can see it very
well.
well.
Can you see it? You can? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want my ID?
So this is a man trying to vote, and he's like, wow, they don't want his ID or nothing. This is for Mamdani, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want my ID? How do you know it's me then?
We can look up by manual.
I could just give you a fake name.
We can give you a by manual.
signature. We check signatures.
Yeah. That's
So if you don't
that's,
check-
that's what to give you ID.
If you don't check ID, how you gonna know this is our signature?
Manual entry. No
We
worries.
had the signature on file.
Rigged. I mean, they're still doing it. And you think this is being allowed to happen to expose it further and then come back and arrest these guys at a later time?
Well, remember the famous song? It's sung by two people, a guy and a gal. You remember that famous 2020, I think it's not over yet
Oh, yeah.
song that they were singing? Well, why did we let 24 happen? And it's the same thing, because by 24, they'd already been warned. So what did our National Guard and Marines do? They were all prepared. They went to the same locations where they took the same fake ballots in the boxes, in the white box trucks. So they're sitting in the warehouses waiting for him. As soon as he opened the warehouse door, they arrested him. Did any of this hit the news? All of these people, our brigs are full. How many times our brigs are full? And these subpoenas coming out now, these indictments were in the hundreds of thousands back in 2018, 19, and 20.
They think they're being clever by placing in Mamdani and by, Jerry Gruesome Newsom trying to redistrict California, but we're watching them and we're letting them commit crimes so that we can get them, correct? I mean, the Mamdani experiment is just that. And it's not even that. It's a controlled demolition. We're going to get all of them.
Well, you let them commit the crimes because we already wrote the executive order, so we're protected. So I don't want to quote the president, but yesterday he was so brilliant. You don't have to worry about him. We've got this. We've got this. And if he tries to do these things, and if he's not here legally, going to have to arrest him.
Regarding Mike Mamdani, we got this.
Yeah, and he said you don't have to worry.
Okay,
you don't have to worry, and that if he is illegal and he's here illegally and did this, then he'll be arrested.
I think there's going to be some stuff happening that did happen in Dearborn, Michigan when the FBI raided there. I think that was a false flag on our part. Okay, maybe there was a terrorist threat, but I think they needed an excuse to go in there and raid. And I think there's going to be a lot of connections to Mamdani.
Well, and let's look at that whole thing. Remember when he said, we're here to take over, we're here to restructure? He said that. He came out yesterday and he had a short one. He looked more like Zelensky. He was looking like, I'm really poor and I really need some money. And I told you guys I had enough for my campaign, but now I don't have any. So I need you guys to give me money. That was yesterday. It was hilarious. But here's the fun part is that we know that our guys are handling all the stuff at the top. And people keep wondering, why is it taking so long? It's because we're going to do things right. We're not going to let them get off. We're not going to rush to a judgment and then end up they get off. Because we have problems all the way through. We have problems in the FBI, who's loyal to our country. We have problems in the DOJ, who's loyal to our country. They've been ready to get Tina Peters out twice, and it gets blocked in the top level of the DOJ. It wasn't Pam Bondi that blocked it. It was another guy that blocked it. And so people keep wanting him to move faster. Why hasn't Cash cleaned this up yet? And God bless Dan Bongino. He came out with a summary and he said, do you realize that we have 1,800 of the top guys that have been destroying America already taken in? Do you guys, there's things that are happening every single day. They're giving out numbers every single day, and no matter where they go, even when they went into Memphis to clean up the city, they found 44 children the first day. I mean, it's just, we're doing things that people aren't hearing about on a regular basis. But imagine if you were in that role and the fraud and corruption had gone on for a couple hundred years, and you've got to go in there and you've got to clean it up. Because these people were positioned to destroy us. They were positioned.
Right.
It goes all the way back to the 1800s.
All pieces were in place for the attack. I mean, this took decades and decades and decades. So, I've been watching Michelle Obama on Big Mike she's making her publicity rounds right now. She's doing a lot of talk shows. I think she knows what's coming. I think she's getting ahead of the ball, trying to make herself still, relevant out there in the spotlight because she knows the hammer's coming down on Obama real soon. This is all leading to him.
Well, I got a picture the other day.
I pay attention to stuff like that.
Yeah. I got a picture the other day, and she looked so tall compared to everybody else. But remember when she did the famous dance with Ellen DeGeneres? She wasn't that much taller than Ellen DeGeneres on that day. Yeah, it was all out there for us to see. It's a funny one, but I couldn't capture a screenshot of that. But if you go back and look at the new pictures of her promotion, look how tall because that's what they say in San Diego. If they become a she, it's a she-he. So I'm just going to use that term. I hate using that term, but that's what it is. And so now she looks so tall, but if you look at those pictures really closely and expand them, don't know, because when she was standing with the president and Obama and Melania, they were all four standing in front of the White House back in 2017 on Inauguration Day. They were all pretty much the same height, and Mike had big heels on. Melania didn't have that tall of heels on. And if you look and go all the way back to their college pictures together, because this is Obama's best guy friend in college, and he was always shorter than Obama. And so you don't get taller. You don't get taller when you're already in college. It just doesn't happen. But anyway, back to the new pictures. The new pictures have her so tall, but guys, expand those pictures. Look at her right foot. So it'd be left when you're looking at it, but it's her right foot has to be in a big boot because she's got it all covered with fabric. And when you see the other one, it's not only a huge platform. Remember when the platform shoes were so popular in the 40s and the 80s and they keep every 20 years, they keep repeating these platform shoes to make people taller. And then on top of that, the big heel in the back. So that's not the height of Mike, but it's Mike on all that stuff down below. But if you look at that right foot must be in a boot because that whole thing is covered with fabric. You can't walk that way. So it has to almost be sewn on to protect from tripping. So you don't see the boot, but it's so huge and you can see the impression of it.
I don't know. I don't see any pictures on it, but I'm sure they're out there.
It's the one where she looks so tall compared to anybody else.
I don't know when she doesn't.
Yeah.
At least the female she does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's
So
not taller than
Melania.
Melania.
So, I've had people come on my show and say, Stuart Swerdlow is one of them that's come on and said that Trump will not finish his term, that J.D. Vance will step in, and that's when really the arrests are going to happen, so it looks like it's not under Trump's watch. Is there any truth to that you can understand, or is there any validity to that?
No, because there's things to be revealed about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is only 5'7". J.D. Vance in photos is 6'2". I'll just.
What are you getting at there?
The J.D. Vance that's in all the photos and the J.D. Vance that we see is 6'2". J.D. Vance, as a freshman senator in his life, on his bio, is 5'7". So he's shorter than Mike Johnson, who's 5'11". And when they stand together now.
But what are
he's
you
much
saying? So
taller.
J.D. Vance is guilty of something?
Could be.
Okay.
His background resembles Pence in many ways. So we'll see.
You don't think that he's going to be the successor because he's out there on TPUSA with Erica Kirk? I mean, it's obvious that they're pushing this guy to be the next president. I think, could he, and I'll just a question, could he pick Erica Kirk as a vice president? I mean, he looks total deep state to me, and I think Trump is just playing ball with him. So I agree with you. I hope you're right, but to me, I don't trust J.D. Vance at all. I think he's just a necessary evil that Trump needs to deal with in this time. But you're saying that, what are you saying?
The people in Indiana knew who Pence was before he ever went in the spotlight. Trump was told he had to put him in. Okay. And J.D. Vance, go to the people in Ohio and ask the people in Ohio what they think of him. He was a brand new freshman senator, and the things he was doing, it was his first term. So many of the people, just like President Trump saying, Fauci's my friend. You know what I mean? And puts him out there and tells you that he and Birx were the people for HIV. Why? He's a troller. He's trolling. He wants you to go do your research and see who these people are. And what Kash Patel is dealing with is a fraction of what the president's been dealing with, because who can you trust? When they did a complete examination of the entire Congress, House and Senate, there was one guy that didn't have anything on his record. And it wasn't Grassley.
That's unbelievable.
It was Jeff Sessions.
Jeff Sessions,
only one
huh?
that didn't have a single mark on his record was Jeff Sessions. And Grassley's still doing a lot of communication. I've never seen so many corn pictures that are coming out from him now.
Right.
All sorts of corn pictures, him in a corn maze, there's just so many corn pictures. It's just, but I think Grassley means to do those things, because once you've taken the oaths and you're in it, you can't say anything else. That's how we've been so taken over, is that these guys can't say anything other than what they have to say because they took the oaths there. Because remember, I don't think we've gone through that aspect of it, but in the new book, point 13 of the 45 points is avoid all loyalty oaths. Well, that's to our Constitution. But now people wonder, well, why are they getting away with these things in the states? Look up your state constitution. Did you ever have an election, and the majority of states have not, to have a 60% vote to ratify your constitution? So then you don't have a constitution. You have one on paper, but you don't have one that anyone takes an oath to. And I always found it so strange, but I didn't know this until Gina Freistach, you know who she is. When she did all this research, she's an amazing researcher, has an amazing website with all this information and how to redress grievance, because we can redress grievance by going straight to the Supreme Court. We don't know what we can do. And what's really crazy in all of this, and they're saying it again now, why aren't they doing this faster? Why isn't this getting done quicker? The layers of this are so immense. And imagine that now you're ready to go to court, and they destroyed all the evidence to get you to court, so you don't have the documentation. They did it on purpose. They took their time to do it. What they don't understand is when the president said, we have it all, we caught them all, we have other documented evidence that wasn't left in their hands. So when they ruined that evidence, it's just like Comey coming up now. Comey tried to say, lost the evidence for Hillary. Now we find what? Comey committed the same crimes
Well, we
in the
also
same
found burn
time frame
bags. Burn
on
bags.
his own personal email communicating national business.
Which the
He
burn
did this
bags were
exact
fake,
same
right?
thing.
I mean, the burn bags were just an excuse to bring it out. Like we're playing the same game with these false flag, what I think was the FBI raid in Dearborn, but also like to say that we have we found burn bags. I think that's hogwash. I think it's because we've always had it all.
I think they found things from the guys because remember they started suspending FBI members. If you question what we're going to do,
Do you think they
and
really
the three
found stuff, or,
whistleblowers that went,
we just always had it, and then we made up that we found it?
I don't know that it's made up. I don't know that it's made up. I think that now when they brought back the whistleblowers and gave them back pay, because they started suspending, that's what they do, suspend and fire people if you want to tell the American public the truth. They've done that forever. And so now bringing back Friend, we've talked about him, Stephen Friend, they wrote True Blue. He was one of the 3 whistleblowers in D.C. And he said, you have to just follow orders. If you follow the Constitution and you say what's supposed to happen, you can't follow those orders because it's against the American people, you get fired. You don't get you get suspended with no pay, and you don't get the promotions, you don't get the raises. But this has been going on for generations, and that's to keep everybody in line. They're doing the same thing with them they've done with us. People keep asking about being programmed. They say we've all been programmed. We have to choose to get out of it. We have to choose to go and clean up every village, town, city, county, state, and get 60% of the people in the state to vote on ratify a constitution. So you have somebody beholden to your state. We don't have the structure we need locally to support it, even if they clean up everything on top, and then they'll just sweep back in, and we'll be right back in this mess in 50 to 100 years. There's no other way.
Yeah,
around
this
it.
is that we have to properly fumigate for all the termites, take them all out. It has to be done correctly, and that's why it's taking so long.
Yeah. And
So
where
it's
do
gotta be done
termites hide?
correctly. Right.
Where do termites hide? That's a good example. You came up with a perfect example. When you go after termites, you have to go into the behind the walls.
Yeah, and you got to put a
And
huge
that's-
tent. You can only put a
Yeah.
whole tent around the house. You can't leave one.
You can't let them escape.
So that's
do you
why I
think
have a
there's-
hard time believing people that come on and say JD Vance will take over. And look, folks, I leave everything up to you guys. I believe I bring different guests on for my audience to pick and choose from, but I don't necessarily agree with everybody. But I get a little confused when one says that JD Vance is going to be the successor and he might even step in before Trump's term is over. My bullshit detector goes off for one, but for two, I hope that's not really the case because I don't trust JD Vance, Erica Kirk, none of them.
No. Well, and Erica taking over.
I
as
think they're
vice
the right
president,
side
which
of the
means she
deep
could
state.
become
They're the
president.
right side of deep state.
Yeah.
And I don't even
she's-
think Erica Kirk meant to fall into the position she's in, but I think
no.
she's now under controlled opposition.
Well, she's wearing all the jewelry of all the secret societies, and she's not taking it off after she's become aware of it. So she's revealing who she is
What
and the
jewelry is
background
that?
that she has. She has the cross of the Order of Malta, the knighthood. Knights of Malta. Knights of Malta is what created and paid for the Georgia Guidestones. Order of Malta is what he's a prophet that goes into Rick Joyner. Rick Joyner. I did the audio version
You
of
don't
him.
think she just likes shiny objects and thinks they're pretty?
No.
Let me see
no.
what are you looking at here? What do I know? This right here?
It's the cross. It's the cross on the chain on her neck that has the cross of the Order of Malta, of the knighthood of the Order of
That right
Order
there?
of Malta. But Rick Joyner
Is that it right
confirmed.
there?
Mhm. I shared this. It was back in June of 21 when he was resigning and stepping down. And so I thought, okay, it's safe. And so I revealed the audio tape in his own words, inviting this whole group that was upset with him and said, we just found out you're part of the Knights of the Order of Malta. How can that be? And he said, well, you would love it. It's a knighthood. And they don't really say the word Malta. They actually say the Order of Christ. It's all about uniting as Christians. That's what it's about. And he gave this whole thing and he said, the knighthood ceremony is so beautiful. And what I want to do is invite you guys so you can go to the back of the room and sign up on the forms. I gave all this out in June of 21. And I know I can probably find that audio if we want to share it, but he steps down, puts in this Chris Reed guy. Now he's mad at Chris Reed. So Chris Reed gets fired and he comes back in. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Because he proved who he was. But Morning Star, let me explain this. Morning Star, if you look at Isaiah took care of the Morning Star is actually Satan.
Jeez.
Because they can't bring light. They only bring darkness. And so Morning Star is their morning. The Hebrew morning is at sundown. And when Christ brought the light to the world, then in the New Testament, he said, I am the one who is the true morning star because he brought light to the world because the Hebrew day starts at sundown and goes into sundown till sundown the next day. So that when you go into rest with the Father, you're going into rest with him at the beginning of the day. So you're reviewing everything with Father, going into rest. He's preparing things for you. And when you awaken, when the sun is up, sometimes not yet, when you awaken for your continuing of your day, Father has already positioned things for you out in that day. That's the whole process that we have not been aware of. So Morning Star Ministries, who were they following? Morning Star structuring, what were they structured as? Because it's never described anywhere. But it was actually Isaiah who screamed it out, that you are Baphomet, you are Beelzebub, you are, and it's in Scripture. And so
That's AI, obviously. Oh,
the what?
That's AI, obviously, that picture right there, but it's pretty funny.
Oh, they've already confirmed that she put tear production stuff on her. I don't understand this whole thing. It could not be the grieving widow that we're seeing. Now, where she is, I don't know, but this is not appearing to be the grieving widow in all of her actions, unless she's still in shock. I mean, it just doesn't. And she wasn't in a. She was
Knights of Malta.
his
Here it
wife
is. So
to
is this what
raise
she was?
his family. That's it.
That's what she was wearing? Huh.
Mhm.
Oh, I mean, was that really what she was? I don't see any pictures of her.
Well, and her rings are all Masonic and the levels of. So she was either her father, grandfather, but she could have been Eastern Star. I don't see an Eastern Star ring, but they're very, very rare. So
What's the G for here? God? I mean, or Gnostic? What does that mean? G? NG? What is that? NG? I don't know. I'll let my audience go ahead and decode that one.
well, because it
Interesting.
takes sometimes members who were members to understand some of this stuff to explain it.
I don't know. I just see what I see playing out right now with the left. I mean, the right. Sorry, the right. It would be obvious. I mean, we always known that both sides are corrupt anyway, but it seems now they're really trying to infiltrate the right. I see podcasters out there really agitating, hating on the Jews, hating on this group of people, really trying to stoke the fire. And I can't help but think that's got to be a plant. They've got to be plants.
Well,
They've got to be paid agitators to get the correct type of atmosphere they want, that kind of climate that they want for the civil unrest.
Well, it just came out from Tucker this morning. Did you know that the majority of people voting for him were Jews? The New York mayor? Mondani.
Mondani, yeah, he's controlled by the Jews. I've already seen the
So
discussions
are
at
they the
table.
Jews who say they are Jews, but they are not?
Right, correct. Right.
So, but people have said this to me. There's somebody that I just heard about this week, and we talked this week, and he said, "I'm from New York, and I'm Jewish, and I'm this, and I'm that." And I said, "Well, what does that being Jewish mean to you?" And he goes, "I don't know what do you mean." I said, "I don't walk around the world saying I'm Lutheran. That's not my ID.
Yeah,
I'm
right,
Lutheran. I
right.
was raised Lutheran." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Because Jewish is a religion, and all the religions are all a knockoff. The only true fellowship is with the apostle and prophet, with Christ as a chief cornerstone. That's in Scripture." And the Jews, people get credit because they're saying Christ was a Jew. He was not. He was sent by the leadership of the synagogue to be taken to the cross.
I just
he was
had
sent by them.
I just had a podcast with Beck Lover, who's a Muslim, and boy, was that very, very sly use of the tongue, man. I got to tell you, I kind of, whenever my guests are really going, I just kind of sit back and let my audience kind of like figure this out for themselves. But, he believes in Christ as the Messiah, and he was born of a Virgin Mary. But then in the end, after the whole podcast, he said he was a prophet, a Messiah. And then at the end, he's not. And I was like, well, what are you saying here? What are you getting at? Very confusing podcast, and I just feel like that's what they do. They've
not been told the truth. When you're not told the truth, look at all the people in America who haven't been told the truth about every single topic, every single subject. They lied to until everything we believe is false. And now we're so challenging the truth speakers. I mean, people just keep asking me, where did you get this? Where did you see this? I said, ask the Father. The Father will reveal to you where I am, what I'm doing, how I'm getting this information, because it has to get out there, because the only way we can get out of this is get out of the lies, understand that we were lied to, and start seeking the truth with the Father. That's why I keep saying get tight with the Father. And the only one you'll get the true answer from is him. And he's the only one who's going to get you through, because he's the only one who knows the end from the beginning. He's the one that knew all of this. Why do you suppose USA is in the exact middle, the heart of the word Jerusalem? And people are just starting to realize that he gave us this promised land.
Coincidence?
He gave us the uninhabited lands of the whole world. But Satan feels, since Adam left the garden, that we're cursed on the land. We've never been cursed on the land, or he wouldn't have given us all this uninhabited land all over the world. The Aborigines are his original people. The first peoples in Canada are his original people. The Native Americans here are his original people. And people go, well, no, I think they were different kind of. And I said, no, only they knew the Paleo-Hebrew to etch it in stone. And it's in almost every state. They put the 10 Commandments in stone so they would never forget. And it's not the modern Hebrew, so it's not what anyone would know in current times. It's the ancient Paleo-Hebrew. And I've mentioned this before, and the picture is in my books. They didn't understand at the Cherokee Museum in Cherokee, North Carolina, where they have an entire community for the Cherokee. They do not understand until my Hebrew scholar said that picture is upside down. Somebody etched in Paleo Hebrew, praise be to Yah. When the Native Americans were singing Yahweh and Yehovah and all these names that we didn't know, everybody thought that they were in a problem. They didn't know what they were doing, but they knew exactly what they were doing. And they said, these people don't know it. And it's upside down because praise be to Yah is hallelujah in English. But this is the ancient Paleo Hebrew at the Cherokee Museum, and it's hung upside down. So when I called them and they said, well, there's so many fake things out there that we're not really certain that all of this is real. I said, who would have the time? Who would have the knowledge to fake in stone, which is not easy to etch in, Paleo Hebrew? Even the Cherokee in the museum don't know what to do with it.
So the oldest race in on the planet is the Aboriginals, right? Isn't that's what it's it's the Abos. I think they have the oldest genetic the oldest, at least I think anywhere. I think it's hopefully my audience can check that, but I think it's the Abos, right? When I went to Australia and I lived with them for a couple of weeks in the bush, they have the oldest genealogy. I mean, they're the oldest race of beings on this planet, supposedly.
Well,
so Adam would be an Abo? Would Adam and Eve be Aboriginal?
Jacob became Israel in 1906 BC.
Yeah.
And his tribes were already so large by the time they were taken captive in 721 BC. And it was 612 BC when God sent them to the uninhabited lands. So the lands were uninhabited as of that time, 612 BC. There were only 70 nations, and God gave the map. That's in the Trumpet Call book, because from the birth of Christ to Hanukkah is exactly 70 days. And God said, why would I do that? And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, how many nations? Because in Hebrew, nations means people. And so he said, why would I do that? And I said, I don't know. And he said, there were 70 nations at the time that my son came, but all the rest of the world was uninhabited. And so I don't know. Do I know which ones have carbon, whatever it is, to be a different age? I don't know.
This podcast.
We hear these things and I don't know, but aren't they phenomenal people? When I was in Australia, I was invited to speak at a Foursquare church in the Aboriginal Cultural Center. It was one of the most spectacular days of my life. They never wanted me to leave. They wanted to feed me, but I had to get to other meetings. It was on Easter Sunday and I had to get to other meetings, and they made all this food. And so all these young guys came in on their motorbikes because they were out in the rain and they had never known where they were. And they didn't know what was going on. And God had them in the second row, right directly in front of me. They came in late because it was raining, parked their motorbikes outside because they were doing their dirt bikes. And they come in, and of the three guys, all three came to Christ that day. And the one had just come from Sydney, didn't know the other two, ran into him because they all had dirt bikes and were out in that area around Newcastle, Australia, above Sydney. And so here's what happened. The guy comes forward and he goes, well, you prayed for us, but I got a problem because I got a real problem in my knee and my foot. And so then the pastor had a word and he said, you're resisting letting go of something. And that's why the full healing that you wanted has not transpired. And so the guy starts to cry, and he comes into my shoulder and he's crying. And I said, so what happened in Sydney? And he goes, what do you mean? And I said, Father said something happened in Sydney that has overwhelmed you and you can't let go of it. His fiance was shot in front of him. He held her. She died.
Oh,
and he doesn't know what to do with his life. And he left Sydney and ends up here. You see how God works, brings him into this group with no other connection. And they were all Aboriginal people. So, and there's a wonderful thing. I've mentioned it many times, and if I haven't mentioned it with you, it's called Rabbit Fence. If you get a chance, rent it this way, download it, buy it. It's cheap. It's called Rabbit Fence. And it's what they did to the Aboriginal people, which is the same thing they did to the Native Americans, which is the same thing they've done all over the world, captured the children, and you'll see exactly what they did. And the faith that the parents instilled in those children caused them to get over the rabbit fence and get back to their family the first time, the second time, and finally the third girl just stopped. But the two sisters got back and they just let them go after that. They lived out their life with their family.
Well, Sheila, I got to get going. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for joining me. I got to get rolling to the hospital. I just got a signal. So that means I got to get going. So I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Yep.
This is a fun podcast, folks. Where do people find you? Hisbest.org.
And the books internationally are everywhere. You can only buy American books because I can't ship where they're printed in other countries, but Amazon, Barnes & Noble, other bookstores. But on the website, anybody in America can order them, but you can get printed copies all over the world. You can get our ebooks from all over the world on our website. So
thank you, Sheila.
Bless you. I look forward to the next time. This is fun with you. Yeah. We haven't done one in a while. And this is it's good to be with your people.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, so now we're going to look at something else while we're here. God bless you guys. Good conversation you're having there. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to look at this from Bozy, see what he has to say today.
You taking the time to be with us tonight. Everybody out there is anxious to hear your perspective on the progress of this operation. And indeed, that's going to be our primary focus tonight. But in order to kick things off, as I'm more prone to doing lately, I'm going to give you the floor and just sort of have you paint a picture of the 40,000 foot view as you see it, just to kind of set the table. You know, where do we find ourselves at this stage of the operation? Here we are, the beginning of November, towards the end of 2025. Where do you see things? How do you see things on the grand scale, on the macro view? And then we can dive into some more specific questions.
Yeah, well, whenever you look at an area of operations, one of the things you must do, because we have to live within its constraints, is the geography, the terrain, the weather, the season. Does that make sense? Like, you're going to invade Russia, don't do it in winter. It's a bad move. It's been tried twice and didn't work out either time. And so before we look at the players, let's look at the terrain, the weather, the season. Where are we? We're coming up to the end of 2025, and I don't know where the year went, mate. I don't know what it's been like for you, but it has just flown by for us. We just can't believe so much as time has passed. But the key point is we're coming up to January 1st. That's an important moment in people's minds. It's the beginning of a new year, and so psychologically people are prepared for something new. And the next point is 4 July 2026, 250th anniversary. And so what we all have to realize is that within that time parameter, a lot's got to happen. A lot has got to happen because the White Hats will want to make sure that as much unpleasantness is taken care of well before July 4, 2026, if that makes sense. So you look back and go, okay, so we got 4th of July. What's going to happen and when? So that's the perspective that I look at this. So that's the frame, I guess. And so when I see what's going to be happening, the 40,000 foot view, we know that a lot's coming out a lot faster and faster than you actually keep up, because I'll prepare my notes for an interview and then within 48 hours, that's old news. And the new news has got to be, I've got to adapt everything at the last minute, which is actually very encouraging, because this slow grind that we've been going through for so many years now is without a doubt has ended some time ago. And if people are still saying, when is the reveal going to happen? You know, they're not paying attention. They're really not, because so much is happening so quickly. So in the next, I guess, 4 to 8 weeks coming up to the end of the year, there's going to be, the reveals will continue, massive disappointment with the people. The people will be massively disappointed with their heroes, whether it's a sport, the politicians, the religious leaders. There's going to be a lot coming out that's going to cause a lot of concern with them, and that'll destabilize them. Pain is coming, pain, chaos, and fear. I said it the other night, pain, chaos, and fear. And then that's just got to happen, because what was required of the people didn't happen. And I made this very clear to the Australians the other night on my green room, my weekly green room, which is basically you didn't do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it. I remember talking to a crowd of 200,000 in Martin Place in Sydney. Great rally, great people. I said, "Cool down, bring the system to a halt. You know, withdraw your consent, cut off the funds, take long service leave, take whatever it is, but let's bring it to a halt." They all cheered and went straight back to work and kept the money flowing. And so they didn't do what they were supposed to do, but that's just everybody, not just Australia. And so because we didn't do what we're supposed to do, now pain comes. And they said, well, what do we do? And I said, exactly what we've been saying for years: withdraw consent, stop playing the game. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, there is after the demoralization process of many decades, and on top of that, the injections, the COVID injections and the 5G, which is actually affecting people's psychology. This is obvious. There's plenty of evidence of that. They're even less likely to take action now. And so people are more worried about the cash in the bank. They're more worried about their mortgage payment than whether their son needs a penis or not, or whether their daughter's going to die of myocarditis with a life expectancy of 2 to 5 years. You know, it is the animals look after their young better than the human population of Earth has done in the last few years. And as I said, there are explanations, and I get that. But goodness me, it's not, let's say, it's not the people's fault, but it's their responsibility, and they haven't stepped up with that responsibility. So now the pain comes. There's going to be more and more and more. Now, how's that pain going to come to us? Well, we'll talk about the details shortly. But Mandami in New York, are you kidding? Oh, man.
I got a whole segment planned on that one. Yeah, that's
yeah. But that's yeah, I won't dive into it, but because I've got a few things on him as well. But the pain's coming. Mandami in New York, the elections across the US, obvious fraud. Blind Freddie could actually see it. So all these things are coming, and so it's the same theme of they have to be shown because they haven't listened. They can't be told, so they have to be shown. So now we're going to see it, and we and then the globe, we're all going to feel it quite acutely. So it's going to get bad and then worse and then intolerable until everybody's attention is focused on what's got to be done. So that's what's happening soon. That's the biggest of big views. And as I said, we can dive down into some specifics shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic. Wonderful way to start off. So you mentioned you were kind of breaking up a little bit, and I heard you mention July of 2026 as being an important marker. And I didn't quite catch the full context of that. Just so folks know, we're live and everybody knows Rick's all the way in Oz in Australia. So we're doing the best we can to keep this connection going here. There might be a little bit, there might be some moments where it gets a little bit tough to get the whole meaning, the whole picture of what he's saying. So I'll kind of circle back if that happens. But what was it that you were saying about July of 26 as being a very important marker in your mind, or a sort of looking off into the future? What was that? I didn't quite catch the whole context there.
Okay, and comms will be a bit dodgy because they shut me down quite regularly here in Australia, quite specifically. So I'll slow down. Yeah, I know. So I'll slow down, and if I do have to repeat, just ask me to go again. So what happens is this: you've got 4 July 2026. Now we know that DJ Tech knows how to run a show, speak, right? And this is a show. And you can't have the 250th anniversary of the United States of America as anything other than an unmitigated success. It is just brilliant. It is full of joy and happiness. It is relief. You're still around after 250 years, which over the course of history, 250 years is roughly how long civilizations last. So you can go back to any of them. Even the Roman Empire went for much longer. It went through phases of about 250 years. The Republic was different to the emperors, was different to the decline at the end, okay? And so it's actually, historically, it's fantastic that the US is still here 250 years later. It should have been gone, but it's not. And there's no way they will allow this anniversary to pass without clearing as much of the pain and misery out of the system as possible. So that's why that marker is important between January 1st and July 4. There's going to be a lot of pain early in the quarter 1, quarter 2, but coming to end of the begin as we approach quarter 3, that's July. Most of the pain will be gone, and people can actually feel the relief and celebrate, quite honestly, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Well, that is a wonderful way to start out the interview, and I'm sure that a lot of folks, that's music to my ears. I can only imagine the audience listening out there is in full agreement. So why don't we dive in a little bit? And of course, you just mentioned the election, and that really was the first topic that I wanted to get into. Now, as you know, Q told us that by the time all of this is over, that the Democratic Party will cease to exist, right? And I think it's safe to assume that very few people out there in the audience and basically in our movement expected that Republicans were going to take such a beating on an election day in November of 2025, especially given the fact that even CNN is reporting that approval ratings for the left, for the Democrats, have been in a downward spiral, basically, swirling around the toilet right now. So it kind of took a lot of folks off guard. And consequently, many people were disheartened, to say the least, about what transpired, particularly, of course, in New York City. And once again, it raises the question, the results raise the question about election fraud being alive and well, even at this stage of the game. And even as us Anons continue to recognize these events as a scripted movie, I think you would probably agree that these questions persist. I mean, do we really think that he got 50% of the vote? Now, it's tough to say definitively. I mean, it's possible. Which, let's just look at both sides. If he did get 50% of the vote, that would validate the argument that the people still need to go through this experience in order to awaken to the truth, right? But on the other hand, it's also possible that the result that we were given was predetermined by the White Hats in order to function as a red pill moment for all the normies out there. And I mean, clearly this individual has garnered a pretty large base. This Mamdani guy has garnered a large base of support for his overtly communist policies. But either way, no matter how you look at it, yesterday there was I think it was a 9-year delta. It was drop 112 in 2017. So this was very, very early on, November 5th of 2017, where Q wrote, "Elections no longer matter at this stage." Now, why? Because we're under continuity of government. At least we've been under continuity of government, at least in some form, since Trump won back in 2016. Now, ultimately, I believe that Mamdani is central casting. We hear Trump saying central casting over and over and over and over again, and that this is all part of the operation to do exactly what I just described by way of continuing to show the people the real agenda of the deep state through a simulation, which we refer to as the movie. And to evidence that, we saw, I don't know if you caught this, Rick, but at Mamdani's victory celebration, right up on the big screen projected, it said, "Trump is your president." Like, I mean, to me, that was absolutely priceless. And then no sooner did he declare victory, he put out a viral video that's asking all of his constituents to send him money to fund this agenda for all of this free stuff. So, it's underscoring this basic principle, of course, that nothing is free and that socialist policies always fail for the same reasons. And so, while I can relate to some of the frustration that folks are expressing within our community, that this drama is continuing to play out. I mean, I get it. I'm just like everybody else, just like you, Rick. We all want this to be over as soon as possible. And certainly looking into next year with what you just said to start off the interview gives us a lot of hope that we're rapidly progressing toward the climax of the movie. But a lot of folks are, like I mentioned, they were deeply upset by this, because even after 4 years of a fake presidency, at a time when most of us expected that we would be reveling in all of the disclosure and all of the public arrests that we thought would have occurred by now. I mean, I understand where people are coming from, but I continue to remind everybody out there in my audience that the counterinsurgency operation that began during Trump's first term, that we were just reminded of by that delta that I just read off, is clearly ongoing. And that we need to continue to hold the line while all of this plays out, regardless of how long it takes. I keep telling everybody, when people ask me different forms of the question, when do you think it's going to be over? My response is always, it's going to be over when it's over. And this is God's timeline. And our job is to continually track what I refer to as the trajectory of the operation and recognize that we remain on course, that we're steadily progressing toward victory. And that's ultimately going to be the theme of tonight's show. So with that said, why don't you dive in a little bit? I know you had maybe a slide, I think, or something you wanted to share about, was it on this segment for the election, or are we going to wait to the other segment? I couldn't remember.
Oh, no, that's okay. Let's go to them now, because it'll give your audience a prism through which you can view all the events. So let's get it up first. And as we talk through it, people will realize there's been an insurgency, a counterinsurgency, and a reveal all operating simultaneously. It's been quite a complex, and this is just one complex operation. And this is just one aspect of a incredibly, incomprehensibly complex op. So let me just very quickly see if I can get this up without having too many dramas. Just bear with me for half a second, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so there we go. Share screen. Oh, da, 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 da. There we
Sometimes
go.
it takes a minute for it to pop up, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is clearly, I mean, in my view, this is a show. This is all part of the show that we're watching. And and they're making it pretty obvious. But let's go ahead and go. Let's go ahead and go through this.
Okay, so you've got the screen in front of you, making sense of what you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go through it one by one. Now, this is going to be old news for some and brand new for others. And I'm not going to give you a sort of a 4-year course in what we're talking about, but the people need to know, as I said, the prism through which they've got to observe these issues. So the war for the world is being fought in many ways. No kidding. We know that. On perspective, okay? And we're talking about unconventional warfare. And people have heard that term many times. They've heard irregular warfare, psychological operations, and it's a mishmash to non-military types, but these are quite formally defined and executed. So I can't take you through that, but you've got to look at this through the unconventional warfare prism, and I'll take you through that shortly. But let's have a look at this. What is UW? It's support to a resistance movement. That's what UW is. It's support to a resistance movement. Historically, and most often in the US experience, let's say, the US has supported a semi-organized, militarized, irregular force known in doctrine as a guerrilla force, as an insurgency. So you've got a country and you've got a bad government and you've got some good people trying to take over control of the country to throw the bad guys and put the good guys in. And so you've got this insurgency, a guerrilla force is doing that. And that's all it is. US support for the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan 2001 is the most recent successful example, let's say. Now, the Black Hats, what have they been doing? They employed against the US and the world. They actually had an unconventional war, and they employed that against us. And I'll break it down for you, but just keep that in the back of your head. The White Hats, and here's where it gets a little bit complex, and that why it takes so long. The White Hats have employed it against the Black Hats. So they've had an insurgency against the Americans, and then the White Hats have done a counterinsurgency against the Black Hats while simultaneously exposing Black Hat activity to the civilian population. And this is just a tiny glimpse of the complexity. But that's an overview of what's been going on. Now we're going to dive into some detail. If I lose you here, and I might, and that's okay, don't worry about it. Let it wash over. You can get the source document. It's available online. It's the Pocket Guide to Unconventional Warfare. And if you're interested, you can read through it in the sense that it'll help you understand what you're watching. Now, a couple of definitions. Definitions are extremely important when you're talking military ops. That's why I love the military. Everything's defined. Everything has its place. It might be wrong, at least know where you stand. So Special Operation Forces operational modes. SOF can conduct activities in different operational modes: overt, low visibility, clandestine, and covert. All very different, folks, and we're going to go through the definitions. So while you watch what the White Hats are doing, Black Hats are doing, you'll say, oh, okay, I know where this fits in. So overt, that's both the activity and the sponsor are acknowledged. So this is an overt op. The teams go in, the cameras are there, they're filming the lads kicking in the doors and taking down the bad guys. That's an overt operation.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Low visibility.
Right. Mm-hmm.
An activity where the activity and or the sponsor may preclude plausible deniability by the sponsor. So you won't be allowed to, if it comes out, you won't be allowed to deny it. It's pretty obvious who did it and what was done. That's a low visibility op, but you want to make sure you keep it as low as possible. Covert operation, an activity that is planned and executed to conceal the identity of or permit plausible deniability by the sponsor. So the activity might be obvious, something's occurred, a fuel dump has gone up or an election's been frauded, but you're not exactly sure who did it, and plausible deniability. That's covert. And finally, got clandestine, an activity sponsored or conducted in such a way for the secrecy of or concealment of both the operation and the sponsor. So nobody knows it's occurred, and therefore there's no identity to the sponsor, and that might be, say, initially the programming of, Dominion voting machines to do things that you're doing. At the time, nobody knew it had happened, and nobody knew it, and that's a clandestine operation. So that's the first thing you got to look at. Now, you want to jump in quickly before I do the last slide, Ben? Are you good?
No, I'm good. I'm just. I'm good.
Okay, let's go. So now, here's a pyramid of activities, and I'll go through slowly for you. And this is I guess, a sequence of events if you're running an insurgency against a country. Although, as I said, you've got the black hats employing it, then you've got the white hats doing a counterinsurgency against the black hats. It's quite amusing. So let's just go through it one by one. And then as I describe each of these levels, I'll read it out to you because it's hard to read for yourself. I'll read it out to you. Excuse me. You'll start to see, okay, I see what they're doing now. So the first one is dissatisfaction with political, economic, social, administrative, and or other conditions, national aspirations, or ideological and other changes. Think Barack Obama saying we're going to change America. Oops. Next. The creation of atmosphere of wider discontent through propaganda, lies, political and psychological effort, in government, police, and military authorities. Again, the mainstream media has been key in delivering this atmosphere of discontent. For goodness sake, we'll get there. Assassination, forming favorable public opinion, advocating national cause, creation of distrust of established institutions. Oh, for the love of God, get there. Increased agitation, unrest, and disaffection, infiltration of administration, police and military, and national organizations, and slowdowns and strikes. And so this has been happening over many decades, this particular phase, infiltrating the military, the security agencies, etc., to the point where they are running the show. Now, goes way back in history. Infiltration of foreign agents and agitators and foreign propaganda material, money, weapons, and equipment. And you can include the cartels, which are not so much a drug organization. They're designed to destabilize and destroy the fabric of American society. Mm-hmm. Recruitment of like-minded individuals and others, indoctrination and use of these for organizational purposes. And so you've got all these fake organizations being established with lovely names that sound like they're doing good things, but in reality, they're a front. And again, you can think of any number of fronts out there to continue this infiltration and internal destruction of the US.
Yeah, I'd put the end. I'd put the end. Right at the top of that list.
Say again.
I was going to say I would put the NGOs right up at the top of that list. Right up at the top of that list.
Absolutely. As you can see, this is already starting to peak. I'm sure, like it is with Patriot here, it's trying to peak. Okay, that's what they're doing. That's that example, and you'll be doing the same. Next, what do we got? Spreading subversive organizations in all sectors of life and a country and a region. So it penetrated at the grassroots level. That's why they had so much success when COVID kicked in, where you've got pastors telling their congregations, get the jab, for example. And that's an excellent example of how deeply they got penetrated. And don't think for a minute that they're not part of the problem. Because as we've said many, many times, every aspect of life on earth has been penetrated over decades and decades. The polity, the bureaucracy, the judiciary, the constabulary, the military, big business, big unions, media, academia, the security agencies, every church, synagogue, lodge, mosque, and temple has been penetrated. They had control of every device on the planet. And so when they said make it happened simultaneously at every level, from the lowest to the highest. Mm-hmm. And this took decades and decades to establish. That's where they were. Establishment of formalized resistance elements, appeal to extraterritorial support infrastructure, Black Lives Matter, the funding for that and the damage they were doing. And this is an example of how the police were actively involved in that. I don't know if people remember how under the control of the police, bricks and rocks were positioned along the protest path so they had something to throw at the people, at the building, as the Black Lives Matter and other movements ran their protests. And this is all well and truly set up. Next, expansion and coordination of resistance networks. Again, now this is where it expands, let's say, internationally. So you got the Muslim Brotherhood showing their ugly heads, obviously, in the country. Now, this is all clandestine. Again, if you look at the line up the top here, this is overt up here, and this is clandestine. Nobody's supposed to know that it's happening. And secondly, nobody's supposed to know who's responsible. Intensification of propaganda, increase in disaffection, psychological preparation for revolt, overt pressures against government, strikes, riots and disorders, sabotage and terror to demonstrate the weakness of government, in reverse even. For example, Jan 6 was an attempt to, in a reverse way, make that happen. Increase underground activities to demonstrate strength of revolutionary organisation, intense sapping of morale of government, administration, police and military, defund. Where was this coming from? Negotiation with government representatives to give them preparation for the big move, and then increase violence, terror and sabotage. So this is your classic insurgency and how it's run. Now you can see already by your own experience what's happened here. The black hats have been doing this. Now don't worry about the overt part, because that's was going to happen, but it's not going to. That was intended. The black hats were going to make sure there was the overt military move to shut down the country. So there you go. That's all I wanted to show you. That's the prism through which you can. That's the prism through which, at least, as I said, it's a bit quick and you won't get it all. That's fine. Your brain can unconsciously absorb 10,000 bits of information a second. You're only getting a couple of hundred. So, having said all of that, having set that stage, we can now dive into issues, and people will see the complexity of this op.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I lost you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were continuing. We're having a little bit of a tough time with the connection here, but that's okay. So no, that was a fantastic breakdown of how, and a lot of folks don't really talk about this. We often talk about 5th generation warfare, and we talk about this, this clandestine operation that the White Hats are running, but not so often looking at it from the perspective of what the deep state was inflicting upon all of us for such a long time. And before any of us really woke up, we had no idea that this was going on. Certainly we knew that there were some bad actors within the government. We knew that there were some shady things going on, but the degree to which this was organized in that top-down structure and the way that this was being deployed on all of us is something that a lot of folks don't really fully appreciate. And now what we're witnessing is that the good guys, the White Hats, have taken essentially that same model and they flipped it around in that kind of jujitsu move, and they're using it against the enemy, and indeed, to a certain extent, against all the normies out there in order to gradually wake them up. So having laid that out, that paradigm of the way that unconventional warfare works, and specifically the clandestine element, how could we then circle back to the election and apply this result that we just, we're absorbing into the overall picture of what the White Hats are doing? I mean, do you agree in principle that this is all part of the movie? What was your general reaction to what we saw, and what do you think the strategy is behind it?
Sure. Strategy first. Show, not tell. They have to show the people exactly what's going on. Okay, let's go down there, because it really shows the depth of control that's going on. You mentioned central casting. Let's talk Mamdani, because he's an excellent example, and it goes back in a way to Islam to the Saudis and the rest of the Islamic world. It seemed like an unrelated comment, but go way back here. He said, Islam's problem is for you to solve, not ours. Not our problem to solve Islam, that's your problem to solve Islam. Now extrapolate that rather, across just about every problem the US has got that isn't the US's problem. So Islam, not communism, none of this is ever consistent with the United States, ever. And yet now you've got a communist, and you've got Muslims taking over your country. And you've got Muslims now saying that previously to participate in an election was haram, but now it is the jihad. You must vote and you must take over. We are now fighting with ballots, not bullets, to use their expression. Right. What's going on here? These guys, it looks like, my God, they've taken over. We're about to lose the war. But it's all central casting. They're all doing DJT's bidding. Now, for those of us who are aware, are going to sort of smile and go, oh, this is... To think that Mandami is a puppet on a string for us is funny, but there's they've yet to get it. They're still sitting there waiting for everything to be better, and they don't have to do anything. I mean, I can't believe that, what is it, the numbers was 97% or something of women voted for Mandami. Really? And that he won New York. Really? With all the get out of here, forget about it types. You know, these people don't shift. So what's happening? So I think this is a white hat move. I think it's central casting. This is for people to really start losing it. They understand, and they're going to have to feel it. New York's not going to just cruise past. Bad things are going to start happening because they have to see exactly what the black hats intended. The people have to, from their experience, what the black hats have intended and what the white hats are going to prevent from happening long term. Okay, and so that's the first step. What's the strategy? You got to show them. Not enough people have got there yet. The people are still just sitting there waiting. They're going to work, paying their taxes, waiting for somebody to come and save them. And this might sound insulting, but when it's got to be said, and I said it the other night to the Australians, so to your American audience, don't be offended. But Australia, and enough Americans are still in this. They're like in an old folks' home, waiting to be woken up, waiting to be taken to the toilet, waiting to be taken to breakfast, waiting to go to the rec room, waiting to watch some TV, waiting for visitors, then waiting to go to the toilet, then waiting for dinner, lunch, and then waiting for TV, and then wait. And they're just waiting. We can no longer wait because the cost of waiting has been the destruction of our civilizations, all the way down to the mutilation of our children. You know, at what point does sane and wholesome language go out the window and somebody thump the table with a fist and say, that's enough? And not enough people have got this. First question, what's the strategy? The strategy is the people have to feel the pain. They've got to feel the pain, not because anybody's cruel, because they have not earned this yet. And this is a key issue. We, the people of the planet, a lot of us have. Don't get me wrong. You know, we've been working for years for this, but the great unwashed out there are still waiting for somebody to take them to the toilet, take them to lunch, take them to the visitors, take them to bed. They're waiting for this, they're waiting for that, and they're waiting to die. And so, no, central casting. So it's not just Mandami, but you can talk about it because what are they seeing? They're seeing a communist now running New York. You know, the center of capitalism, the greatest city on the planet. Think about it. It's a machine that nobody can control, and yet a communist funded by Soros with obvious vote fraud, with non-stop attacks on the Christian foundations. You don't have to be a Christian to value the Christian foundations. Make that clear, guys. But if you've got a problem with that term, go live in an Islamic country for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. I mean it. Go live in a Hindu country 2, 3, 4, 5 months. You'll come back and you will hug the
kiss the
streets
ground
of New York.
Yeah.
You'll kiss the ground and say, never change. I'll never leave you. Please don't leave me again, because we're all too comfortable. And so Mandami's a good example of that. He's central casting, and it's an example. And pain is coming. It really is. And people will realize, okay, this is serious. They're going to be seriously disappointed with the system. They're going to be seriously disappointed with voter fraud. Let me just talk about voter fraud for a second here, because again, people don't realize their vote is their most valuable possession. Other than their family, nothing matters more than their vote, and it's more than their housing portfolio or their stockpile of gold and silver, because that vote is so precious because it dictates to the future of the country. But in our country, for example, the ballots, they just print it off, and you can get a photocopy and print off as many as you like and tick them as many as you like and put them in a box, and there's no control over the transport of the votes. And we've contested 6 elections, both at the state and the federal level here in Australia, and we've got tons of evidence. We've got videos, our people videoing boxes of ballots being taken out of the booths illegally in unmarked, unsecured private vehicles, not knowing where they've gone, and then the results match. So again, the people have to realize, yes, it's vote fraud, it's obvious vote fraud, but what are you going to do about it? Now, in this country, what we're going to do, if we have the slightest influence on the future, which I hope we do, is system for voting. You get a registered numbered document. It's a secure document, like with classified information. Each document is numbered and it's recorded, and its whereabouts is tracked, right? That's what the vote should be. So you get your vote, and it's got 3 sheets of paper. It's got 3 different colors. One's for you to mark it on, and you take that off. That's yours to keep. So you've got a record of how you individually voted, and it's got a number. Your name. Your name's not connected to the number, so you can't track who voted for whom. But you've got ballot 13711. Okay, and it says you've got that. You stick it in your pocket. And you're good to go. The second one goes into the thing that counts it immediately, so you get instant results.
Right.
And then you got a third copy that goes into a separate container for recounts to validate what's going on. But here's the good news. As the votes are coming in, you can see it live on the screen, and you can check your number. You go online, you go 137. Yes, I voted for Bosie. Good for me. My vote counted. So if there's any discrepancy, immediately it's seen. So there are technical solutions to this problem, which apparently is so insurmountable according to the morons that run the electoral system. It's not. It's very simple. And so this is the sort of thing that people should be demanding. In our country, for example, going back 100 years, they were talking about vote fraud. And they were claiming there has been an honest election for over 100 years. Seriously, this has been an issue for years. So people have to stop worrying about the football results and understand, why is my vote not counting? Why can I not trust the electoral system? They literally have to get involved. Last line on that, but I'll give you a chance to jump in. At our dinner table when we were children, we only spoke politics and religion because they're the only 2 important things that really need to be discussed. I mean, you can talk about the football, 10 minutes, that's done. Memorizing the names and the number of touchdowns somebody's scored or yards have thrown, it's too small a thing to live your life for. And people used to hear, don't talk religion and politics, and we were taught to talk religion and politics. And understand your place on the planet. So people have to get in this stuff in a very real and immediate way. If we don't, we're in trouble. And the majority don't, and that's why the pain is coming.
I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. And honestly, looking back on the previous administration of fake Biden, a lot of us, including myself, were anticipating that pain that you're talking about, which is necessary, was going to come during that 4-year period. And I suppose you could say to a certain degree that was true. But looking back on it, I think most of the pain was probably experienced by all of us as we were watching this, this fiasco go on, and all the normies just, seem to be pretty much, unaffected by it for the most part. I mean, I happen to live in Massachusetts, which is one of the most libtarded areas. I mean, it's not too different from New York or California. And I look around and I still see people who have absolutely showing zero signs of any kind of questioning, waking up, shifting in their, in terms of their priorities. None of that has happened. And, so I anticipated that during the Biden years, that the plan was going to be that they were going to essentially let this buffoon steer the country into the ground. And just at the right moment, the white hats were going to come in and, pull back on the controls and steer us out of harm's way. But I think that's kind of where we're at now, because we went through this entire 4-year period. Indeed, a lot of people did wake up. Don't get me wrong, but there still are an enormous amount of people out there who, as you correctly pointed out, they're just so focused on basically everything that doesn't matter and nothing that does. And with that ideology, with that frame of, with that frame of mind, basically you're going to get a large contingent of the voting bloc to actually support a guy like this. Now, I think he's central casting. Whether or not he was actually, whether or not it was a straight up vote and he actually won legitimately, I'm not really sure how I feel about that, because there's a part of me that thinks, well, this is all central casting. It's a white hat production. He's a plant. And so therefore they just put him in there to kind of prove a point. But then there's another part of me that thinks there's a possibility that many people actually supported voting in an actual communist in New York City. So, I mean, we don't know definitively the answer one way or another, but I agree with you. I think that what you said about, if you don't like the way of life that we have here, you should go and live in an Islamic country, a Hindu country for a few months, and then you'll come back and you'll be kissing the ground. I think that is essentially what we're going to see play out in New York City, as this guy completely destroys everything, or at least they're going to create the optics of that. We're already seeing videos of Muslims climbing up on flagpoles and tearing down American flags, massive hordes of them in Times Square, in a call to prayer. And obviously New York has been one of the most dangerous places for a while now. Certainly during the past 4 years, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And now that they have a Muslim leader, you can only imagine what those optics are going to look like moving forward. So I agree with you. I think in the very short term, he doesn't actually take power until I think January 1st. But I agree with what you said in the beginning, that the first part of 2026 is going to get very, very bumpy. We're going to see some things that even up until this point, we haven't seen, and it's going to be pretty wild ride. So yeah, I agree with you. This is all central casting, and ultimately, like I said, I feel the sense of frustration that a lot of people share, that we had anticipated that we would be at a different phase of the operation by now. But if we're really being honest, we hadn't really gone through. I mean, we've all suffered because we know the truth, and we are just waiting for everything to come out. All the things that we know, we want all of that to be exposed. So, and in the meantime, of course, a lot of folks out there, let's just be honest, they're struggling. I remember one of the conversations that you and I had not too long ago, when we were talking about, what you anticipated happening down the road, is that, when Trump came into office, this might have actually been a year ago. Like when Trump comes into office, what do you anticipate is going to happen in the beginning? And you had said that he's going to make some, pretty dramatic moves to improve quality of life for people out there who are suffering. And I think that's happened to an extent, but there's also quite a bit of folks out there who are really struggling right now. And, so I understand their perspective, but we also have to remember that we're in the middle of the most epic battle of good versus evil. We're in the middle of a spiritual war right now, and it's not over yet. I mean, and we're going to get into this a little bit later in the show. We're going to talk about Venezuela, and you and I both agree that there is the way that this battle plan has been structured is that the White Hats, they took out all the top tiers of the cabal first, and then they moved their way systematically down to the second tier. So all of the leadership is gone. They're all under White Hat control, or they're under submission, or they've been taken off the chessboard one way or another. But there still is a very active cleanup operation that's going on, as well as all of this is continuing to play out. So that's the way I see it. We're continuing this scripted movie, but there also is a very real aspect, a real element to it as well. I like to call it the hybrid of being a scripted movie, but also some real kinetic events playing out. Anything you wanted to add to that, Rick? Did I lose you? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Let's try again. No, we're good. We're good. What people have to bear in mind when they say, well, that's not fair, we're good, let's just get on with it. You can't, because the people have to wake up. That's now the center of gravity. I've spoken about the importance of the center of gravity before. Yes, most of the senior leadership of the Black Hats is gone. We got it. In fact, the worst of the worst went some years ago. There are exactly right. The secret societies, the senior leadership of that's gone, but the lower ones have been just doing what they always do. What has changed is this: they are no longer getting directions from the higher ups.
Right.
And worse for them, good for us, is they're now asking questions like, they can't be, what they're saying about us can't be true. This is a benevolent society. We're just gentlemen, business people that look after each other. We're moral and we pray to our goat and it's all good. But the lower ones who have never done anything bad and just thought they were doing the right thing, they are now starting to discuss the truth amongst themselves. But that's only part of the battle. They have to turn around and be as revolted with their organization as we are. They're not there yet. They're going to say, oh, well, okay, we'll get rid of the bad guys and we'll keep doing our meetings and riding our goats. No, see, that's not good enough. The people have to wake up. to the extent possible, have to wake up. Now, we know that not everybody will. We get that. We understand that. And these ones that are incapable. But it's not enough to say, oh, okay, we saw some bad things, but we'll just continue on our path. We'll get rid of the bad ones. No, the foundations are rotten. The foundations have been putrefied. Now, there's an interesting question. I was working on this the other day. Your founding fathers had a question, and I never understood why until just recently. They said, should we have an agrarian economy or an industrial economy? And I thought, okay, they're not dumb people. I don't understand the question. I've got a problem here. Now, what's that got to do with what we're talking about? Everything. Because in an agrarian society, and I'm not suggesting we go back to tilling with hoes and, planting seeds by hand. I don't mean that. What I mean is a dispersed across the entire country in smaller townships to make living in a small town so attractive, so desirable that people want to be there. Why is that important? Because when you're in a small town, everybody knows you, and there's this moral imperative to keep your nose clean because anonymity is almost impossible. You get to a big city, you can be as anonymous as you like, and you can do and say the worst things ever. In a small town, you more find the love of your life and realize that it's important that we grow a big family. In the big city, you can screw yourself stupid until you've got so many venereal diseases that nobody wants to touch you. And so there is an active disadvantage to the industrialized, as we know it today, cities and the depopulated rural centers. And so if we want, one of the issues here, if we really want to prevent this ever happening again, this is one of our policies, for example, where we're going to repopulate the rural areas. We're going to build the infrastructure. We're going to build the schools, the ports, the airports, the roads, the bridges, provide the online government assistance for homeschoolers, all that sort of thing. And so we've got vibrant rural communities, and they're still connected to the internet. Don't get me wrong. We're not talking about going back to the Middle Ages, right?
Right.
But the community, the communities are smaller and tighter, and they can have their football team, and they can. In fact, there's a football team in New South Wales. Get this: the three towns couldn't muster a team between them, so they came together. They couldn't muster a team individually, so these three towns came together, and it's called the Grong Grong Ganmain. Wait a minute. Grong Grong Man. It's the funniest collection of names. But these three towns, that's it. The Ganmain Grong Grong Madong Football Club, and they love their Ganmain Grong Grong Madong Football Club, and they go play everybody else. Why is this important? Because the law, the source of law is the people, and the people have to be as close to the law as possible. So certainly in our model, what we're going to do is we're going to lean heavily on the US model, but we're going to be a little different. We're going to push as much law down to the counties as possible, maximum law at the county level. State law looks after state, federal looks after federal, but there's none of this overreach from above. So you've got this distant government in the background making your life miserable. And so what's necessary for this to happen? We need a revitalized, populated rural area, which now will take all the benefits of an agrarian society where monogamy, marriage, family, self-reliance, sovereignty, all of these real life and death issues for a nation are being experienced at the family, the town level. And that is a precursor for preventing this ever happening again. If we just continue doing what we're doing, everyone's of 10, 15, 20 million, forget it. We'll be back in a second. Why? Because the morality changes in a big city as it does to a small town. There are real advantages to this. And so we've got to do the best of both worlds. If we want to prevent this happening again, the normies have to wake up, or as Derek Johnson calls them, the target audience needs to realize that no, this cannot continue. Mm-hmm. It cannot continue. We must fundamentally, what's the right word? Rediscover what it is to be a good, solid Christian nation. And the practical way of achieving that is, again, this revitalized rural area, small towns. Look, we're even going to, my plan is this, even with our defense forces. Now, it makes sense, for example, to brigade all your battalion, like 3 battalions and your artillery and your into one brigade base. That makes a lot of sense. It's much cheaper, it's much more effective, blah, blah, blah. Not us. We're going to break it back down again, and we're going to have, say, an infantry battalion base. So we have the 1st 15th brackets, Ganmain, close brackets, infantry battalion. And so Ganmain gets behind its battalion. There's a connection to the community. They feel like this is their home. Now, is it going to cost more? Absolutely. But why should the government be paying money in gross, obscene amounts to corporations to provide what the military can provide for itself? So we're going to have our own butchers, our own carpenters, our own electricians manning the facilities, everything. So we get more trade people out there. And so the towns start to build. They start to become genuine self-reliant. And that self-reliant is accompanied by this sense of, hang on, this is our town. You don't mess with it. In our case, Canberra, or in your case, Washington. This is our county. This is our town. You leave us alone. We're doing good down here. And so we get this genuine ability to have the benefits of the agrarian society without the downsides of the industrialized society. That foundation, get back to the point, I'm a bit long-winded, that has to happen to prevent this happening again. And we can't have a bunch of normies that think the biggest achievement is paying their mortgage and living in an overpriced box in a city. That's the sort of fundamental change at an infrastructure level and population distribution that has to take place. And that won't happen until the normies get the pain of having their heads up their backside, so to speak.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There has to be a fundamental change that really comes from within each and every person. And it's not only just about waking everybody up to what's going on, but it's also having that then result in a spiritual change inside of every person. And this is why I've always reminded myself, because you can lose sight of it. You get so caught up in the weeds and everything that's happening and all the different scenes in the movie that you can forget that at its core, this is a spiritual struggle. And what ultimately is going to change society, whether it's in Australia, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in the UK, wherever we're talking about, a society is only as strong as the morality of its people, as the core spiritual strength of its people. And indeed, we're all, I mean, my audience, the people that watch these types of shows, we're already there. We're so far ahead of the curve. Doesn't mean that we're perfect. Doesn't mean that we walk on water, but certainly to be awake, to be pre-awakened, to qualify even for that, I think you had to be chosen by God because of your spiritual grounding, because of your connection. I don't think that anybody, quite frankly, that's awake right now doesn't have some sort of a relationship with God. And ultimately, that's what we're driving at. But you can't just, I mean, you can't expect that, just like everything else, you can tell people this type of stuff all day. It's going to have no effect whatsoever. But if you put people through an intense period of struggles that's so bad that it causes them then to question all of their assumptions, everything that they built their foundation of their life on, that ultimately is going to penetrate straight to the heart. And once we get there, I mean, it's the same problem. I was talking about this on a different show, is like, why are so many people in the West not having kids anymore? Why are the birth rates going down? Why are people choosing not to have families? And all of these things that are essentially aligned with what you were just describing. There's no simple answer. It's definitely a lot of different factors combined. Yes, it has to do with, the economy and money and people being unsure about the future. But ultimately, really what it's about is a sense of narcissism. Like, people are only thinking about themselves. And we need to get back to a place where, I mean, the world wasn't always like that. Certainly our society was not always like that. At one point in time, this is a deeply moral, spiritual society that always had problems, but was nothing like the way our society looks like today. And this is also why, in addition to going through this meat grinder of a series of events is going to bring people to that precipice that Q talks about. This is why I've always stressed over and over again the need for full disclosure. knowing full well that there may be certain things, you know, it was made very clear to us that the full picture would put 99% of people in the hospital. We don't want that. We don't want to reveal so much that people aren't going to come back from it. But we certainly need the public to know the truth about what's been going on all of these years that they had absolutely no idea about, the people that they idolized and worshiped and still do. They need to know the truth about what they've done to the children, what they've done to all of us, the silent weapons that they've inflicted upon all of us. All of this stuff is part of the Great Awakening, but it's not just so that people can know the truth, but it's that so that that truth can then penetrate each and every single person out there. And that ultimately is what's going to transform our society. So, anything you wanted to add to that, or do we want to jump to the next stop?
Yeah, let's move on. That's a good wrap up. Thanks. Excellent.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, because this is something that a lot of people have been focusing on in, let's just say, in recent weeks and months as this operation has continued. And there's been a lot of questioning, a lot of frustration for folks. A major source of that is the lack of public arrests. And certainly I think you and I are both going to be on the same page on this one, as we typically are. But nevertheless, I want to hear you provide your answer for the benefit of the audience. There's been a lot of anger that's been directed at Kash Patel and certainly Pam Bondi for that reason. Now, again, most of us, we all agree that the top tier of the cabal hierarchy already been dealt with behind the scenes. That the military, as I said a little while ago, is engaged in a cleanup operation with the lower tiers. They're basically using the compartmentalization of the cabal as a weapon against these lower tiers, because they don't have any idea who's pulling their strings. They're so compartmentalized. But nevertheless, as the movie continues to play out and preparations are still being made, I would imagine, for transitioning fully into the new system, particularly on the financial front, but we'll leave that alone for the moment. All of this stuff is playing out. And folks understand that, but nevertheless, a lot of people are genuinely upset, and that's putting it mildly, over what they perceive to be a lack of overt action being taken, particularly by the DOJ. And I actually have a clip here that I want to show that I think sums this up. This was the great John Solomon, I think it was just yesterday, talking about Pam Bondi and mirroring a lot of the concerns that folks are having. So let's go ahead and watch this clip, and then I'll say a few more things, and then I'll pass it back over to you. So here we go.
And yesterday, to give you a sense of where our Attorney General is, she did an Epstein Documents 2.0 on all of us. She did it. She put out this tweet, got a lot of traffic, great Fox News story. Oh my God, guess what I discovered? I discovered that Joe Biden gave up Donald Trump's phone and Mike Pence's phone to Jack Smith. That's great, Madam Attorney General, except that story came out in April. She wasn't even aware that wasn't a new development, but an old development that had been discussed by Senators Grassley and Johnson for months. If you want to fix the perp walk problem, if you want to fix the opportunity to bring accountability, Kash Patel has the evidence. The prosecutors, with the exception of Halligan, are lagging far behind the evidence, and that sand clock is ticking down not only on statute of limitations, but on the time that occurs in between elections. 26 elections already underway. We're missing really valuable time to educate the public. The American people are missing valuable time. I don't think DOJ is getting there. When you see that there was a 6-month delay in this document, when you see the Attorney General presenting something new that is old, she's so far behind the facts. I'm really worried that Donald Trump doesn't have the team that can bring accountability to the Justice Department. That's just my reporting. And by the way, that's what many Justice Department and members of Congress have been saying to me privately over the last 3 weeks.
Okay, so then you have a general gist there of what he said. So he points out that not only, again, and do I think this is all part of the show? Yes, I do. I'll just kind of lead off with that just so folks know where I'm going with this. But he points out that the same concerns that a lot of people have been expressing online, he's saying that not only is Bondi seemingly behind on all the evidence, having tried to pass off a story that was 6 months old as breaking news. But even more importantly, he puts this into perspective in terms of, to use the metaphor of like the sand in the hourglass diminishing as time marches on toward the 2026 elections. He's basically saying that, we're almost out of runway for, for these high profile perp walks prior to the election that would radically alter the consciousness of the political landscape. And not only that, he also mentioned the statute of limitations for many of these crimes is rapidly approaching. And by the way, it's not only the lack of arrests that's driving the conversation about, or the concern, the conversation about Bondi and Cash. They've also, at least on the surface, they've adopted positions on censoring free speech that are antithetical to our First Amendment, calling for the use of Section 230 to force the social media platforms to crack down on so-called hate speech and conspiracy theories. And of course, all of this was the byproduct of the fallout over the Charlie Kirk situation. So having laid all that out, I'm curious to get your take on this, on Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to a lesser degree, but there's been a lot of questioning, and the way that they're being perceived right now is a topic that is getting a lot of attention. And so I guess the question then becomes, are they playing a role for the White Hats in accordance with this asymmetrical warfare battle plan that we're watching play out? Are they creating these negative optics for a reason? I certainly have my theory, but I'm curious to hear yours.
Okay, yeah. It's okay, as quick as I can. DJT needs the US population as much as possible to be demanding change. Massive change. Bear in mind, there is a continuity of operations system in play. He is a commander-in-chief. Martial law is in play, or state of emergency is in play. Jay has no authority. The Attorney General has no real authority. And what they are doing is they are collapsing the system. The system needs to be collapsed. They can't save the DOJ. Oh, it's fine. No. Change management in consulting world is the toughest gig of all, because most people fear the unknown and the pain of the unknown. Better the devil you know than you don't know. And the only way to move people is to get them fearing where they are, or being so upset with where they are that they will leap into the future, into the unknown, because it's worse than actually moving. And that fear, change management stuff. And there are elements to change management. There's symbology, there's the celebration of the past, there's the understanding of the need to change, and then you change, and blah, blah. That's all great if you're talking about a corporation and who's going through a brand change or something. But when you talk about a nation where you have deep roots in things with the DOJ and the FBI and Elliot Ness and all this history, the DOJ has to be collapsed in the minds of the people. The Attorney General's Department has to be collapsed. It's all got to come down. Why? Because it's broken. The system is completely broken. Actually, that's not true. The system is operating exactly as designed to benefit the elites and to squash the people. Now, I'm not talking about the low-level cops, but the system is operating exactly as designed to keep you on a slave planet. And so the system has to be collapsed. Is Pam Bondi an idiot? I don't know. Is she playing to a script? Yes. You don't think Donald Trump can see the frustration? Of course he can. It's there for a purpose. What about Kash Patel? He's reading a script. Have you ever watched a movie where the girl, it's dark, the lights go out, and the girl, the good-looking blonde in the 90s, which you can still see through, but you can't quite, and you're frustrated because you can't see more, and your girlfriend's next to you clutching your hand, and she starts walking to the door where there's scratching noises, and the whole audience is going, "What are you doing? Stop it. Don't go through that door. Just walk out the front." But no, she's got to walk to the door where the scratching noise, and she opens it up, and everyone's screaming at this actor, "Don't go through the door." That's exactly where you are now in the US. You should be screaming at Pam Bondi saying, "What the hell are you doing?" Kash Patel, where are the results? The audience has to get to that point where they are demanding something. And for my money, they're playing to a script. The script makes them look like idiots or incompetent or corrupt, or all of them. That's the goal. I heard a question asked by Bill Whittle, who is one of the best political communicators in your country. he asked the question, if to save your country, would you give your life? Yeah, and most men go, yeah, I'm there. I'm a man. I'll sacrifice my life. And then he said, okay, would you sacrifice your reputation? Would you go to your grave as a traitor and a quisling and a coward? Would you do that? Would you die with the world knowing that you were scum, but in reality, you're a great hero that sacrificed your reputation to save your country? And most men would stand back and go, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. No. That's the sort of tough game being played here, folks. Would you be willing to sacrifice your lies spoken about you for the rest of time, that your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, the only memory they have of you is that you are a piece of scum that should never have been born? This is how tough war is. Now, when you've got a kinetic war, yeah, okay, sure, that's an interesting sort of way to go. But to willingly sacrifice your own reputation to save your country? Now, I'm just going to speculate here. Is Pam Bondi compromised? Is Kash Patel compromised? Have they taken a deal and they're following the script because somebody's got some pictures of them doing things they shouldn't do? I don't know. I don't care, because I know what I'm watching. I know that they're doing something in order to achieve an objective. To try to second guess why, it's okay, it's fun to speculate, but you're missing the point. Step back and look at the moves and see, okay, I see what's going on. The people are getting increasingly frustrated, and they're getting to boiling point where they're going to say, not boiling point where they're going to squeeze a trigger, but they're saying that's enough. No, we really want it. Now, there's a lot of yelling out there saying, where are the rest? Not enough. We go back to your previous point. What's people still saying? They're accepting as normal, corrupted, slow, delayed justice. We've been doing this for years. You know, somebody gets charged with horrific spate of crime, and it takes 5, 6, 7 years to finally get a result. And then, you know, what happens is the sentence gets commuted, and they spend it. Give me a break. The whole system is operating as designed to screw you and to benefit the elites. The entire system has to be collapsed in the minds, in the minds of the people. That's what we're doing, and that's why that frustration is there. And so the the target audience? Yeah, they're not yelling yet. They're not yelling. We are. Come on, please. You know, no.
Yeah, well, I think that's where a lot of the frustration that people feel is that, like, they see people that you go on social media, and to a certain degree, it's kind of like an echo chamber. Most of what you're subjected to is kind of aligned with where you're at, what you're thinking about, right? So they go online and they see Pam Bondi every time she makes a post, or Kash Patel every time they make a post, or Dan Bongino. You look at the comments, and it's basically all the same thing. People are going, where the hell are the Epstein files? Get off of Fox News. Start arresting people, on and on and on, right? And so it creates the perception that people are demanding justice. Like they're slamming on the table and they're saying, we want answers. But when you kind of scroll out and you look at the big picture, what percentage of the population is actually at that point, right? And so my theory, quite frankly, is that in the end, this is going to transfer openly into military jurisdiction. And in order for us to get there, they have to tear down each of the pillars. They have to expose the system, kind of like what you were saying, for what it is. The fact that it is built to prevent this type of information from getting out. And that's exactly why it was front loaded. Like Pam Bondi came out and said, oh, we're going to give you all the Epstein files. And then here we are in November, and we still haven't really seen anything substantive, right? That's why they set it up this way. Like, Trump signing an executive order to release all this information so that it would build up that sense of expectation. And then there would be these repeated rug pulls over and over and over, so that it would generate that sentiment. But ultimately what needs to happen is that the three-letter agencies, particularly the DOJ, the FBI, and of course the two individuals we're talking about are the head of those two organizations, have to be exposed. And again, I can say, going back to my earlier point, I anticipated this was going to happen during the Biden years, right? And I think to a certain degree it did. The weaponization of the three-letter agencies, the two-tier justice system, that became very clear. But Now we're seeing that pattern continue, which is not something I had anticipated when Kash Patel and Pam Bondi took the reins. I thought it was going to be just the opposite. But that's okay, because the reality is that in order for there to be a justification for an overt military takeover, and to basically say, well, we can't get to, like Juan O'Savin famously says, you can't get to justice in the Justice Department, right? The only way to arrive there is to basically have repeated roadblocks put up, and so that it kind of justifies whether the necessity of taking it to that next level. And that's what I think is happening. I mean, military is the only way. And I've been saying for a long time now that I don't have any expectation that we're going to see any of these, these high-profile individuals be prosecuted in civilian court. I think it's all going to come crashing down, and I think these are all part of the optics for that. And who knows? Like you said, is Pam Bondi really a bad person? Is Kash? I mean, my instinct is that they're actually good people, but they're playing a role in order to achieve that objective. And how they're going to script it out, who knows? I mean, the question that you posed about, would you be willing to sacrifice your reputation and have your name go down in history for basically associated with evil for all the wrong reasons in order to save your country? That's a tough one. I don't know. But that would be.
It is. It is. Are you willing to be Judas? Are you willing to be the Judas? Because Christ would never have achieved his objective if someone hadn't told the Pharisees where he was. Now, did Judas do it for 30 pieces of silver? Is that a lie? Is that true? Or did Jesus send him on his way and said, mate, I got a tough job for you. You're going to have to go and tell the bad guys where I am, so my future can be fulfilled. I don't know the truth of the name Judas. Imagine naming a child Judas. Oh, goodness me. We just don't know. We just don't know. But here's a question I'd like to ask, and I mean a genuine question, because I've told the Australian people what I think, and it's quite offensive to some, and most look at me and go, you're right. And the question is this: is the US ready to actually take control of its country again? Now, I'm not talking about individual citizens. I'm talking about the population you have. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Time ago, we had a rally in Hyde Park in Sydney. It's a major park. It's beautiful. As soon as we put the rally, the name of the rally, one country, one people, one flag, a real unity sort of thing. We had 800 people turn up, and I just took my head. We got slightly more than a battalion. Now, for those who weren't paying attention in terms of is Australia ready to take over running this country, literally on that day, at the same time, about would have been 400 meters to the northeast in the same part, 20,000 people with Palestinian flags were protesting the injustices in the Middle East. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you want evidence that the country, not you are ready to go, the country, is it ready to run itself? And the answer is no, unequivocally no. Even with all the, you can study the Constitution, you can study how to run a strategic plan and how to read a balance sheet and all the things you need to do for the hard measurables of running a county, say. You can do all of that. But if you've got 20,000 people with Palestinian flags turning up and you've got 800 turning up for one people, one country, one flag in Australia, do you think the country's ready? Now, the question for you and your audience, more for your audience, because I know you've already thought about this sort of thing, is the ready to run itself? Because once this continuity of operation disappears, guess who you've got in power, in positions of authority? Military, bureaucracy, judiciary. The whole place is rotten, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely rotten. And so what's the only way? Military. Are they willing to accept military for an indefinite period? That doesn't mean it just means for an undefined period of time. Are they willing to do it? I don't know. Well, you better be ready, because bet London to a brick, my favorite non-bet, that if DJT just rode off into the sunset, right, we cleaned it up, all over to you now, folks. US would be back exactly where it was 5 years ago. And they wouldn't have Agenda 2030, they have Agenda 40 and you're all going to be dead. Same in Australia. Australia can't do it. I've said it openly to the Australian people, and I don't care if they're offended or not. We are incapable of governing ourselves, and the country is incapable of being run in a moral, sovereign, self-reliant, constitutional republic way. That's the hard truth that nobody, I can understand why people don't want to say it, because nobody wants to be the bearer of bad news. I have no problem with that. Through the door always gets a blood nose. No problem. That's easy. I'm the icebreaker. I drive straight into the ice flow and crack it apart so people can follow. That's what I enjoy doing. But the nation's got to be told, you're not ready. The nation's not ready. The country's not ready. All the people are not ready. Individuals, absolutely. Yeah. But we're not ready yet. It'll happen when it happens, guys, when we as a nation are ready. Now, let me just extend that fraction. And this relates to religious tolerance. A lot of the US completely misconstrues what they think religious tolerance. Your history, and most of your readers or listeners will know this, but a lot of Americans don't. A lot of Australians have no clue. When they say the freedom of religion, it had nothing to do with Islam, Hinduism, or anything else, because the internecine fights between various sects were all Christian. So it was the Baptist versus the Protestants versus the Catholic. That was it. You all believed in Jesus Christ, but you had a different approach to your Christianity. That's where they said that maybe we should just tolerate each other instead of trying to kill each other, which they were doing. It never included, never, and was never intended to include a philosophy or a based on killing people like Islam. It was never intended. You're not supposed to love their theology and love the individual, but the theology is broken. He was a warlord. In fact, he never existed for starters. There's no historical evidence that Muhammad ever existed. Point two, the story about Muhammad is a warlord that kills people. He had 150 followers after his first 12 years, and then he decided to pull out a sword and say, you know what, submit or die. And guess what? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers in the next few years. It's a death cult. It's not religion. Piss it off. Get rid of them. Get the Muslims out of your country. Now, then the country will start to get ready to govern itself, because a country full of Muslims will end up in an Islamic shithole, and I've lived in them and I know what it's like. So whose job is it to clean up the country? The Muslims. Trump said it. Your job to fix your religion, not ours. And if that means the precedent's been set by setting out a bunch of illegals, and then, you know what? Maybe Islam should be categorized a proscribed organization, which we've done in our policies. Islam is a proscribed organization, meaning you can't belong to it, because it is not a religion. It is an invasion theory that they have for the rest of the planet. Now, when people have the stones to actually admit that and say, you know what, I think he's right. Oh, but we've been watching the news for the last 50 years. It says we have to be kind to everybody. Fuck off. Be kind to whom? Guys that marry girls at age 6 and then consummate at age 9 because some fictitious character called Muhammad allegedly did that with Aisha, his favorite wife. That's called pedophilia. We'll fucking hang you. Next, Jews that want to cut the foreskin off their children and have some sick rabbi suck the penis and then give the little boy, apart from distress so profound that the physiological, psychological impact is never recovered from. That is butchery. And then we've got the Aboriginal Australians, just to keep it local. They have manhood ceremonies for the young men, which involves cutting the penis. Now they literally butcher the job so badly that the penis ends up looking like a frankfurt that's been stuck in a microwave too long, if you've ever seen one of those. And it becomes completely unfunctional. It doesn't work anymore. No. In this country, and this is then, if this is right, then the country's ready to govern itself. This country allows you to bow your head, your soul, and your heart to whomever you like, except Satan. We got a special place for him and his followers. But if you're going to pray to, your Jewish God or whatever, fill your boots. But your physical actions must be in accordance with Australian secular law, which is based on a Christian ethic. And you don't like it, fuck off. Because we will never, no country will have that social cohesiveness required to grow and develop unless we have the same set of values, the same morality. Yep. So is the United States ready to go? No. Is Australia ready to go? No. France, England, are they ready to govern themselves? No. The populations have to be rebalanced. Sound unpleasant? I don't care.
No, I agree. I totally am in agreement with you. You know, but I would argue as well, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying about the importance of disclosure, right? We keep talking about the Great Awakening. A big reason in everything that you said about, you know, waking up to the true nature of Islam, 100% agree. But I think at an even deeper level, the reason that people's moral compass is so screwed up is because we've been lied to for our entire lives. And that, I think, is driving so much of the frustration of the people who are awake, who already have accepted the truth. But they're looking at this movie that's playing out, and they're still seeing the deception go on, right? They're still seeing, and we all know it's for good reason. We all understand that. But it's like, on the one hand, you can be frustrated by it, but you can also understand the objective behind it. But the only thing that's ultimately going to straighten out everybody's moral compass is when the world is presented with the full truth. Because short of that, we can talk all day long about Islam. We can talk all day long about everything that plagues our society. But as long as the deception continues on a grand scale and an industrial scale, as long as people are still tuning in to the mainstream media and they're hearing the same lies repeated over and over and over again, as long as they can justify keeping their head up of their ass, that's exactly where it's going to stay, right? And that, I think, is what folks are. And you know, it's interesting, and I'm kind of curious to get your perspective on this, because for a long time, as far back as I've been doing podcasts, I've been getting the question and also exploring the question for myself from people saying, well, wait a second. Why not just come? I mean, and I know the answer to this, and I know that most folks out there do, but let's just go back a few years, right? People were saying, well, why not just have the mainstream media start telling the truth? Why not just, you know, skip through all of this deception and just start revealing the truth to people? Because one way or another, there's going to be a massive amount of fallout from that, right? Regardless of when, if it had been done a few years ago, or if it gets done in, you know, another couple of years, or I hope it doesn't take that long. But the reality of the matter is, once the truth is revealed, once all this stuff comes out, there's going to be an enormous amount of fallout that we're going to have to deal with. Now, obviously, you could distinguish between one level being like, you know, you want to avoid civil war. You want to avoid people getting violent. You don't want the society to collapse, right? But there is sort of a built-in paradox to the way that this operation is being run, in the sense that the white hats are using deception in order to prepare people to absorb the truth. And there is sort of a, I mean, it is a paradox. You might even make the case that it's you know, sort of it's morally questionable. You know, like we're approaching this thing using all of these repeated psyops. I mean, it's like people are saying, you know, I wake up every day and it's just like another day, another psyop. You know, and we just keep going through this pattern of deception over and over where nothing is clear. And so I guess where I'm going with this is, in order for us to straighten out, going back to, you know, what we were talking about at the spiritual nature of the war, everybody's spiritual condition hinges upon their understanding of the truth and their ability to align themselves with the truth. That's kind of what morality is all about. And yet we're continuing to scramble everybody's eggs to a point where, and I get it. I understand the need for it, because it induces the cognitive dissonance that breaks down people's programming. And ultimately, that's what leads them to gravitate toward the truth. At least that's the theory behind it. But there does seem to be sort of an inherent contradiction there. And I'm curious to hear you speak on that.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. There was an operation called Operation Trust in Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. It wasn't a Russian revolution, ladies and gentlemen. It was the Bolsheviks. 20 million Russians died at the hand of the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks hated the Russians. So just make sure you're clear on the history there. But there was an operation called Operation Trust by the Bolsheviks, which kept telling the white Russians, who were the ruling, those white were the communists, the white were the rulers. And this message kept being fed to the white Russians that, no, trust us, it's okay. There's a lot of support for the white Russians, so everyone stay out. Let us fight our war ourselves. We're okay. The white Russians have got this. And this is what the Bolsheviks were telling the world. But it was all a lie. That's why it's called Operation Trust. It was all a lie, so the Bolsheviks had a free hand to do what they wanted to do. And so anybody with a skerrick of common sense will say, oh, hang on a minute, is this another Operation Trust? Are we being told trust the plan, where the whole plan is to actually stitch us up? And that's a very plausible conclusion to arrive at. It really is. You go, hang on a minute. Now, I don't believe that's the case. I actually believe it's quite okay. The intentions are sound. The point is exactly where I've been for the longest time, and it has never left my mind. And that's this. At what point does the truth come out? Because I'm sure that anybody can justify continuing lying for the next, 2 years, 5 years, 10, 20, 50, 100, 250, 500,000 years, because, the people can't handle it. So, we're just going to have to keep lying to them. And what you end up with exactly what we got now, a cabal of rulers that decided that people are too stupid to govern themselves. Now,
right.
In part, it's true. We are too stupid. We're too lazy. We're too stupid. Fill in the blank as a result of this terrible decline in the ability of people to live at least a natural life.
But isn't that part of, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rick, but isn't part of the reason for that, the reason that we've been in such decline, the reason that we're so incapable at the current moment of being able to take the reins and govern ourselves and handle our sovereignty and all of those things, doesn't that sickness in some ways stem from the fact that we've been constantly lied to, and the fact that there's no universal acknowledgement of the truth. And so, to your point, it seems as if in the minds of a lot of folks, and part of what I do is I speak on behalf of my audience, even understanding and maybe having a different perspective, but what I'm hearing, and certainly I've experienced these thoughts as well, which is, and I don't want to use the phrase because a lot of people just say they throw around these phrases like, oh, you're just moving the goalposts or whatever. I don't agree with that in theory, but what I do understand the basic logic of is that people are saying there seems to be always a justification to continue the deception. And then at a certain point, there has to be a transition where we segue out of this movie, we segue out of all of these psyops that they're continually running on us, and we actually are presented with the truth, because to me, that's the only possible remedy to fix society, right? It seems like, at a certain point in time, that this perpetual pattern, and that's what's weighing on people. If you really want to get right down to it, that's what's weighing on people, is just they're sick and tired of being put through psyop after psyop, and then they go about their lives, they go about their business, and these psyops aren't having an effect on anybody except themselves. Like the normies are just still being the normies, and people are going, well, is this working? I'm not seeing anybody waking up and all of these things. So, I mean, there is a certain logic to that criticism, right? That at a certain point, there needs to be that hard transition where if we're ever going to recover from this sickness that we've had, this moral, societal, spiritual sickness, that the truth be introduced, and whatever the fallout is, so be it, right? Like speak the truth. And, I forgot who it was who said, like speak the truth. And if the truth shall kill them, let them die. I forgot what philosopher said that, but in essence, at a certain point, you kind of have to get to that place where you just say, enough is enough of all of this. And we need to move forward with the next phase, which is basically, presenting the truth to everybody and rebuilding society on that proper foundation, because I don't think that any of our problems are ever going to get fixed, quite frankly, until that happens.
I absolutely agree. And that has been one of my major concerns from the very, very, very beginning. Unless we face the truth and have the opportunity to lift that weight, and for those of you that don't do weightlifting, every time you lift a weight, the stresses tear the muscle and stresses the bone. But the more you lift, the stronger the bone gets and the muscles get bigger, right? So if you don't lift the weight, if you're constantly walking around on a Zimmer frame, you'll never be strong. And so, to your point, Patriot, you are right on the money. The sickness is going to destroy us. So at what point does the truth come out? Now, Plato in his Republic, and people, if you want to read a hell of a book, read The Republic by Plato. And in there's the idea of the noble lie. And the noble lie, in short, as it's described, and don't take it out of context, but in the book, it describes it as people are basically, it's okay to lie to the people because they're too stupid to look after themselves. So just tell them what they need to get through their miserable, pathetic lives, and the philosopher kings will rule. That's not necessarily Plato's perspective, but that's how it's presented in the story. And the noble lie is what we're living through at the moment. And yes, it's just like a parent talking to a child. No, I'm sorry, there's no more cake left. When there's a cake in the cupboard, but you're not going to give it to your child because they've already had 14 pieces that day. That's not good for them. But people are not children. They are, in a sense, in terms of the reason we're in this bad situation. And so the reveal is actually happening. The hard truth's coming out. It's just not coming out in ways that people like, and it's not covering subjects they like. The foundational truths are coming out. The DOJ is messed up. For example, to our last discussion, what's the point? We need arrest. No, that's not the point. The point is the DOJ is messed up. The whole system is corrupted. The whole system's got to come down. That's what they're preparing for, not the arrests. Another point to this noble lie thing. People have to die. Now, what do I mean by that? They have to live out their life. Now, the best example I can get historically is when the Hebrews were liberated from slavery out of Egypt and Moses led them away. It took them 40 years to get to the promised land. Now, why 40 years? Is it a 40-year walk, even with children, from Egypt to the promised land? No. What happened in that 40 years? Everybody that, except for a handful, Moses, Jacob, a couple of others, everybody that had experienced slavery was dead. They had lived out their lives, but they had now passed. So the people no longer had this memory of slavery. And so the idea of slavery was anathema to them. What happened when they first left Egypt? They said, it's a bit tough now, This manna from heaven's not cutting it for me. Let's build a golden calf and let's go back to Egypt as slaves. At least we had food and shelter. What had to die? That reliance on an old system that kept them in jail. And this is to your point exactly. I'm agreeing energetically with you, Patriot. That history, that collective history had to die and have a group of people that had suffered in the desert or whatever they did for 40 years. And so everybody was free and they guarded their freedom jealously. And the only ones that remembered that was Moses, as I said, a couple of others. And so this is going to take time. Now, certain truths will come out in the next 2 months. More truths will come out in the next 8 months. 8 months. More truths will come in the next 2 years, then 5 years, then 50. As generations pass, more truths will come out. We, you and me, want it all now. But it has to be phased over, including generational time frames, to allow the people to survive. Imagine telling a Catholic that Jesus wasn't God. Telling a Christian that Jesus was not the Son of God. He's the best of us. He might have been better connected to God. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying, who's going to listen to that? Nobody. Just like the Muslims will not believe that Muhammad never existed. They're not going to move. See, leadership is leading people. They've got to move. So if you go all the way out here and they haven't moved, that's not leading. As one of my company sergeant majors said, leadership isn't how many you lead, it's how many will follow you. And if they don't follow you, you're not leading. And so there's a time factor here which is difficult for us to handle because we want it now. But some people will need 2 years, 5 years, 10, and some people just will never let go. And so we create a generation or 2 or 3 of sovereign, self-reliant Christian individuals that know that they have to govern their countries, and it will take time frames. So now, here's where I still agree with you. Even when we get to this new point, at some point, somebody could logically say, let's just keep telling them it's for their own good. No. And that's where we, you, me, and everybody else that we think we're awake, we sit there and say, no. We want a pathway to where our sovereignty is now real. And it's got to be built into the system. So, no, you can never again say, you're going to have to hand over the reins and risk collapse, because fighting the collapse is what's going to make us strong. And I keep telling Australians, this is going to be untidy. If and when we get to control our counties, and they say, when are we going to go on ourselves again, mate? And I said, well, first of all, we have. We were under the British Crown Corporation, and then we're under the Americans through the British Crown Corporations through the Americans. So we've never done that. Point number one. Point number two, could you run a county now? Well, how many counties do we need to run? All of them. Before they give you a state to run, they're not going to give you until you can run all the counties in the country, you can't run a state. And they continue to run a state, you can't run the federal government. And you can see their eyes rolling back thinking, this is years away. Yes, it is. This is the beauty of an historical perspective on events. See, we've been trained by TV shows with a 23-minute commercial half hour that it's solved. And if you're talking about a movie, it's a bit longer, but it's still the same. No. We are talking generational shifts that have to take place. We, those of us who are awake now, used to have to use this time, and that's what I spent a lot of time within A1. And they are studying hard the mechanics of actually doing this job, of actually being capable of doing it. And the truth will come. The truth has come out. I think 3 years, 23 years, what's on the news then and what's on the news now. I mean, in Australia, pedophiles are being revealed 13 to the dozen. It's fantastic. It's finally coming out because it takes time. Oh, no, my favorite cricketer, he was brilliant. Oh, no, he couldn't be a pedophile. Wait for that one to hit the Australian people. That'll terrify them. And a lot of people go, no, can't be. And so eventually you got to think long-term, folks. You can't think like a commercial half hour. The news cannot be communicated in a commercial half hour. Who decided that? Going back years, I remember I'd watched, at that stage, we had, 3 commercial stations, and this is when I was a young guy. I think 3 commercials and 1 public broadcaster. And I would watch all of them. I realized very quickly, I thought I was getting a well-rounded information on the day, and I got the same stories 4 times. And I went, that's it, I'm done. It's nonsense. Folks, we have to be ready to demand of those who are running this show. We want a pathway to where we genuinely take control of our destiny. And if that's not in place, I got a massive problem. It's not possible. It's not demanding. Now this is childish. We couldn't do it. Not in a million years. But there has to be a pathway for every nation on this planet, a pathway where we can actually try this thing for ourselves. Is it going to be messy? Yes. Are mistakes going to be made? Without doubt. Will we have to go back to martial law to tidy up the mess that the morons made and start again? Maybe, but so be it. This is what's got to happen. This is, man, oh man, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be demanding of our people. And that includes DJT and his team, because don't get me wrong, they're good guys. I got no doubt about their intentions. But down the track, we must demand a pathway, but realistic. Don't say we want to buy, next year, thanks, because you'll be laughed. Guys, like, you really want to buy next year? There you go. And everybody pulls out, and the multinational military force that's actually cleaning up will just leave, and the Masons are back in charge within 2 months because they're the only ones that know how to do anything, because they control everybody, and you're back in hell. And then we have a civil war, because I'm not doing this shit again peacefully, I can tell you that. My wife and I will tool up, and I know how to do it. This is my job. I'm trained for this shit. I have no problem. But I'm not doing this again peacefully. I feel like I'm standing there with my hands tied outside the ring because it's not my job to fight. But God, I want to free myself, jump in and start swinging. So I'm not doing this again peacefully. If this falls over, and it won't, but I'm just letting you know, I'm human. I'm a soldier to my very core. I mean it. And just so you're clear, soldiers aren't diplomatic. Soldiers don't want to lower the temperature in a situation. Soldiers deliver lethal force to end the fucking problem. So when I'm taking a measured approach, you've got to understand this is antithetical to my nature.
Yep.
Thankfully, I can do it, and that's great.
Yep.
But once again, we must demand and entrench every nation on the planet's got to do it, and they've got to do it on their own. This is not a kumbaya moment, because I can tell you the Islamic countries are going to have a longer journey than us. And Australia, as being one of the few Anglophone countries that's got a chance, Canada's, well, we're all pretty rotten. England's almost done. But we got a good chance to be one of the first to make that journey. And if you don't like it, suck it up.
Mm-hmm.
What have you done? I'll put a finger in your face because people like putting a finger in my face. What have you done to help one child? The trafficking, the police in. Oh, I've got an interview coming up in 2 weeks, right? And we got coppers in this particular town, just a little way from where I live, down the road. It's more than down the road, but you get me right. Where coppers are somewhere $20,000 to $100,000 a year, all own 3 and 4 houses worth at least $1 to $2 million each. They are funneling the drugs. They are funneling the child sex trafficking. We've got naval vessels coming into naval bases full of drugs. We've got C-130s flying out of China, sex trafficking children into Townsville in North Queensland. This place is rotten, folks. You think you can control it? You can't control your families. So long story short, before I get too colourful with my language, this has to take time. Old ideas have to die with people because they won't want to shift. We need a new, clean population ready for a new experience, and we have to demand a pathway to the future on a national level. As I said, Islamists will take time. I'm planning on making sure Australia, whether I'm in charge or not, or whether I have a say or not, I'm going to continue this war. I'm not going anywhere. But we need to have that pathway to the future and example to the rest of the planet what is required to do this properly. And the US, I'm sorry, but you're not ready either. You got to clean up your country. You got a lot of shit in there that's got to go. And you'll find a lawful way to do it. That's why JT is running this. It's all lawful. But you are no more capable of doing it than many other countries, absent military intervention. Anyway, so there you go. I'm right with you there, mate. The truth will sanitize the world, and then we can start to live the way that is best for us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And believe me, I understand the point you were making about the noble lie in Plato's Republic. I remember having read that when I was in college. And I've actually thought about that a lot, that's in certain ways, that's the way that this, the way that the sort of philosophy of how this is playing out is aligned with that. Like we need to use we need to use optics and deception, and we need to create an illusion for folks so that they can gradually get to a point where they start asking questions on their own, it's almost like it's creating the illusion that people are coming to an organic awakening of their own. But in order to do that, the inherent contradiction in that, the paradox is that you need to use the deception in order to get people to seek out the truth. That, it makes a lot of sense. And I certainly understand when you talked about it being a generational process, right? I don't have the expectation. I mean, yeah, do I want it all now? Sure, I do. Absolutely. But I don't have the expectation that at any point there's going to be just this boom moment where all of a sudden all the floodgates open and everything is just dumped out into the public all at once. I never had that expectation, but there is, at least in my point of view, there has to be a point where a series of events that are rooted in the truth actually are exposed to the world that will cause that holy shit moment for all the normies out there. And short of that, there's probably, it seems to me like it's just going to be a repetitive cycle for folks where they're just, they're so used to the deception, and especially now, I mean, even people inside of our community, we've gotten conditioned over several years of going through repetitive psyops that, it's almost like you get trained in a way to expect that this is just going to continue coming, on and on and on perpetually. Now, I certainly can acknowledge that, yes, indeed, if we look back a couple of years ago to the things that they were talking about on mainstream media, it was a hell of a lot different than what they're talking about now. I mean, certainly talking about child trafficking, talking about pedophilia, talking about, openly talking about election fraud, openly talking about all of the issues that we want to come out. The conversation is out there. So don't get me wrong. Indeed, it is. And I agree with you. Fundamentally, the reality is that we all want this operation to be successful. That's the most important thing, right? At the end of the day, that's the most important thing. But there has to come a point where enough truth is revealed to the public that can actually cause that shift. That's what we're waiting for. It's like, that's what I want to see. I want to wake up in a world where for once all the normies are going, holy shit, what's going on? And we're not the ones going, holy shit, what's going on? Right. You know, like to the point where, you know, like we finally can see that we've crossed over into that new ground. We've broken that new ground where people are being forced to face reality. And that's, I think, where it comes, that's where that deep rooted frustration comes from, is that folks feel like it's been such a long time, and yet the normies still aren't being forced to accept that reality. And I guess in a sense, as part of it connects perfectly with what we were talking about with Mamdani and probably what's in store for New York over the next several months. They're going to get a dose of that reality. But beyond that, you know, in terms of the deep, dark stuff, you know, let's just even, you know, stopping short of the satanic ritual abuse, you know, exposing, you know, the real plot behind COVID, you know, the depopulation agenda, the attempt at basically, you know, killing us all off. The fact that our elections, I mean, you talked about this as well, the fact that our elections have been rigged for like ever, right? This has been going on for, you know, before we were even alive. They've been rigging elections. You know, and yes, indeed, just like you told us, crimes against children unite across all party lines. Those to me, those things need to come out, because those are the things that are going to force the normies. At a certain point, you kind of have to take the kid gloves off, and you have to say, look, you know, it's time for you guys to face maybe not everything all at once, but enough of that reality, to the point where it's actually going to bring the world to a standstill. And then people are going to finally start realizing all the things that we've known for such a long time. And then gradually we can rebuild upon that foundation. But until, you know, until we stop treating the public like children, they're going to continue to act like children. You know, to your point, people aren't ready. They're not prepared. They're not in a position to take the reins. But again, I go back to my counterpoint, which is not in disagreement with you, but ultimately that they won't ever be, unless they're forced to face the truth, unless they're forced to face reality. That's why we have such a deep psychological, I mean, we have a mental health crisis that's just beyond words at this point. And what causes, what perpetuates that, it's just like anything else. If you enable a sick person, whether it's somebody who's mentally ill, or let's just take addiction and use that for an example. You know, like if you know somebody's addicted, and if you enable that behavior to continue, then that, without that hard intervention that forces them to then face the reality of their life, of their own actions, they're going to continue that same sick behavior. So I guess that's really what it is. It's like that intervention is, I think, what everybody is so clamoring for. Not so much, you know, the revelations of everything that we know, because again, it took us years to learn all the things that we know and build the foundation that we have of all of this knowledge. I don't think that's necessarily what's driving a lot of the discontent. It's just that, you know, people are sick and tired of the normies not being forced to face reality. Because forcing them to face reality one way or another, Rick, you know just as well as I do, we're not getting out of this. It's not going to be a smooth ride. Like, there's no easy way, you know, and people are putting in the comments, like, you know, it's like you see it all the time, rip off the damn Band-Aid. Like at a certain point, we have to stop treating the normies like children. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to act like children. And the crisis, the mental health crisis and all of that sickness is just going to get worse. So, I mean, I think that's essentially the point I wanted to make on it.
Yeah, and I agree with you entirely. There's no point of disagreement between us at all. In fact, what might give you, and not give you, but give the listeners some, not peace, but at least something to think about. Let's go back to the landscape when I kicked off and I said, what's coming up? We've got New Year, everything's new and fresh, and we've got the 4th of July, 2026. So they spend 6 months ripping off Band-Aids and everybody is cutting their wrists, driving off cliffs because they're so depressed with the news. Is that a smart strategy? Is anybody going to want to celebrate? No, it's a rhetorical question. What that means is if there's 4 July and here's 1 Jan, and we've got a little bit of time before January, so it wouldn't be surprising if stuff started accelerating, and then Q1 next year, enough Band-Aids, not all the Band-Aids, enough Band-Aids come off to really get the result that we're talking about. That truth, that light that sanitizes and allows. Because you can't go straight into a celebration with everybody tearing their party dresses. And so what's got to follow the revelation? What's got to follow the revelation to put everybody in a party mood? So you've got this phase where the Band-Aid's off. What's got to happen here? Or, I don't know, arrests, executions, retribution, evidence that we are in charge, we the people, evidence that we've got something to celebrate. They have to give them something to celebrate here, which is following something miserable there. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So if you're looking for those tectonic.
Yeah. How about the reset of the financial system, where people have an entirely new, perspective on their financial situation?
Yeah.
Or how about, the release of hidden technologies that could radically transform people's lives, things along those lines? That would probably go a long way.
There you go. And this is now we're focusing on what's going to happen in the next 8 months, right? Or 7.5 months. We know that. And so they have to be in a party mood. They've got to have something to celebrate, something real. And as you said, so a financial collapse where you look at your bank balance and it's zeroed, and your housing portfolio is now worth a tenth of what it was, blah, 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 all this misery. And then all of a sudden, oh, wow. So pain, tension, release. Pain, tension, release. This release has to be so joyous, so real substantive truth in terms of the pain, but then substantive evidence of here's the arrest, here's all the good stuff that's been held back for decades or centuries. Right. And so we are genuinely in a party mood come 4 July, and the US and DJT knows how to run this. He doesn't need the white hats or anybody else how to do this. He knows how to build it up and go, this is the day you are going to remember. This is the 4th of July that the US will remember for the next 250 years. And so, yes, pain and then relief.
Amen. Amen. Let it be true. No, absolutely. And, and one other point to make on that front is that, I don't think anybody out there, when we say rip off the Band-Aid, it's like, to go back to the metaphor that I was using about addiction, right? So you have an intervention with somebody, you sit them down and you say, this can't continue. You have to face reality. You have a problem, right? You don't just have an intervention and then leave them to their own devices. You take them and you put them into a rehab. You rehabilitate them in a sense. I mean, so that's part of the process. And I've always made the case that all of us who are awake, who are what I like to call pre-awakened, if you will, are going to be tasked with that primarily in our own localities, like with all the people that we know, of all the people that are around us. It's been said in a lot of different ways, but, find your local anon, because you're going to need that person as we go through this, so that's the way I see it. It's like, it's not so much that, we want to shock people to the core, and we don't want people killing themselves and driving off bridges. Of course not. Right. And that's why I think there's got to be a limit in terms of how much is revealed and how quickly. I've always understood that, because we don't want it to be counterproductive. We don't want it to backfire. But at the same time, there needs to be a point where we finally put our foot down and say, this is reality. This is what you need to face. And we'll guide you through the process. Oh, and by the way, here's a nice little goodie bag to help you out along the way, right? With all these things that are suddenly going to, radically transform people's perspective. I think even just hidden health modalities, suppressed patents, Q told us, what if the cures already exist? There's no such thing as there's no such thing as a question in the Q drops. I mean, when Q puts a question mark, he's telling you, right? The stuff already exists. It's already out there. So that alone, I think, would be enough. I mean, how many people out there are suffering pretty much? Well, we actually know now, thanks to RFK. What is it? I think it's 76%. Is it 76? I think it's, I remember now, because he said it's 76.4. And of course, if you add those up, you get a 17. He says 76.4 Americans are suffering from at least one chronic disease. at least one. And most people have several comorbidities. So that means that 3 out of every 4 people walking around have a chronic disease. So if you suddenly release these health technologies that can cure people, I mean, that in and of itself, I think would help bridge the gap, right? Would help people absorb the shock. And then they would say, oh my God, these horrible things that all of these people that have done that we worship, and it's so terrible. But, you know, the flip side to that coin is those horrible people and all the horrible things they did. The good news is they didn't succeed. The military stepped in. Oh, and by the way, we're going to give you all the things that they were hiding from you that are going to radically transform your life and your children's life and their children's life. So I think that's ultimately where we're headed. And I pray to God that, you know, the timeline that you're talking about is on point, because, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You know, 250-year anniversary of the country. We've all seen the little archway that was on Trump's desk. We know what an arch typically represents, right? Victory. You know, so I think that's a fantastic way to look at it, right? There's that this is the pathway forward. It's going to get really ugly. We're kind of circling back to where we began, which is perfect. It's going to get really ugly in the not too distant future. But hopefully we all pray that by next summer, we'll be looking at a very, very different situation. So this has been fantastic, Rick. We're coming up on a couple of hours here. There were a couple other topics. I mean, as usual, we get into a conversation. We just kind of start vibing with each other. And I just go with the flow. But you know, there were certainly other questions that I had about Israel, about Venezuela and so forth. But I suppose, can save those for another day. So why don't you just kind of give us sort of a sense of what you think the audience should. I mean, I think you've kind of done that to a certain degree throughout the course of the video, but you're so great at summing things up and succinctly into a nice little package for folks. So, you know, moving forward, as we go through this, you know, looking at the next 8 months as we you know, look toward the summer, and but of course we have to live each and every day, and we're going to experience an awful lot of turbulence. What do you think the best way for folks out there to approach that is, given all the things that we've talked about tonight, the sense of frustration, the sense of fatigue, all of the things that folks out there are struggling with, even, and by the way, I just want to underscore this point, just because people are expressing these things doesn't mean that they're blackpilling. It doesn't mean that they don't trust the plan. It just means that they're human. Just like Rick said, you know, there's parts of all of us. We have emotions, and, you know, from time to time questions come up, and I think it's healthy to explore those questions. But having said all that, what do you think is the best way for folks to stay grounded and focused as we go through what sounds like it's going to be the eye of the storm in the not too distant future?
What I'd like to do, with your indulgence, is play an excerpt from my last Green Room where I spoke about Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, and his book Meditations. And just really briefly, because the best thing every one of us can do, apply the fundamental precepts of Stoicism. The Stoics was the Stoicism was a philosophy, Greek-Roman philosophy. Short version is that men do not rule circumstances, but we can rule how we respond to those circumstances, to control our emotions, our reasons, and to accept that some things are beyond our control, but those things within our control we should endeavor to. We should do well. So with your indulgence, I'll just do a quick intro to who Marcus Aurelius is for those who don't know. And then I'm going to play, it's only about 5 minutes, and it's a series of his observations. Now, Meditations wasn't a book he wrote as a book. What he did was, at the end of each day, he would make a note. He would just in his journal, but not a journal like the temperature was and things like that. This was acute observations for his own personal development, what he noticed in the day to help him develop into a better man. And if we, each one of us, literally forget Bondi and Cash Patel on one side, and prepare yourself for the storm that's coming. Because the storm, if it's not in you, it'll certainly be outside you. So you need to be that one that is solid, that is clear-minded, that is unaffected by the noise. And this is something that I think everybody needs to do. So if you just bear with me for a second, sure. I'm going to very briefly, I'm just going to open this presentation. I'm going to share screen again.
Okay.
Because it is very important. I'll just get rid of those. You don't need that. So I'm just mucking around the presentation. Just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
It is absolutely worth it. These are words of wisdom from, he was known as the last good emperor, the last 5 emperors, the good emperors. After that, Roman emperors took a bad nosedive. Anyway, so I'm going to, first I'm going to read an introduction to an 1887 edition of translation by Jeremy Collier of the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. And you can get this online, folks, so just get it, read it, and you don't read it like a book. You read one paragraph, and then you ponder it. Anyway, here's the introduction. Until philosophers are kings, and the princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, and political greatness and wisdom meet in one, cities will never cease from ill, nor the human race as I believe, and then only will our state have a possibility of life and see the light of day. The truth is that the state in which the rulers are most reluctant to govern is best and most quietly governed, and the state in which they are most willingly is the worst. Thus writes Plato in his Republic, laying down the conditions which even to him appear impossible, under which a state may be wisely governed. The ruler must be a philosopher as well as a king, and he must govern unwillingly, because he loves philosophy better than dominion. Once in the history of this world, these conditions were fulfilled in Marcus Aurelius. In Marcus Aurelius, we find the philosopher king, the ruler who preferred the solitude of the student to the splendor of the palace, the soldier who loved the arts of peace better than the glory of war. And so this is one of history's greatest exemplars. And the reason I mention this is because each of us, the truth is, must all, every one of us, to whatever extent is possible, become our own philosopher kings and queens. If we are sovereign, if we are the source of law, then that's what we must become. And imagine, if you will, an entire nation of such men and women and children. So there you go. So now I'm going to share screen, and I'm going to play a series of his observations, and you'll get a feel of the quality of this book, which every student should study, read, study, and learn. It's just extraordinary. So just here we go. And it's got some nice music to go with it, so everyone can sit back and relax and
be a great way to end
enjoy.
the show. And I love what he had to say about the reluctance. You know, the reluctance to lead is what ultimately makes a good leader. And in a certain way, it kind of reminds me of a lot of the Anons, right? Like, you know, not that we're leaders in the great sense of the word, but, you know, the fact that none of us really had any desire or ambition. I certainly didn't, you know, to start a podcast, to put my voice out there. Never imagined that people would listen. Never imagined that it would be helpful to people along those lines. I think that it's part of the reason why this movement has been so effective, is because ultimately the people that are leading the charge are folks like just ordinary people who never really sought attention, who never really sought glory or fame or any of those things, but it was ultimately a moral prompting. It was a divine energy that brought us forward to do this type of work, even despite, you know, whatever, you know, reservations or reluctance that we had to do it. And I think that's part of the reason why it's been just such an amazing historical movement by we the people. So just thought I would add that. So, okay, let me bring up the screen here and let's watch.
Let me know when it's up.
Good to go. Good to go.
Okay, Imperator Kaiser Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus. He was 58 when he died, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest emperors of Rome, So if you're a bit older than that, get your skates on because we got work to do. So here we go.
Okay, any more of that, and I'm going to fall out of my chair. I think they were just meditating with a guy named Caesar. Not sure what that was about. Good to see you all again. We get a little weird here when it gets this late. About the 4.5 hour into the show, it just totally derails. What can you do? One too many safety meetings. Oh, you got trucker mount. All right. Canada's gonna give us a run for our money. I reckon we got a lot to do before we free this here American country. Okay. Now we can free this here American country. Oh. Well, I don't know if it was to talk about rabbis and penises or the stuff about Ben Franklin's orgies, but I'm just so content right now. Don't tune out. You might miss something fun. Oh, when politics gets old. I do not know if Liz Crokin is back. I do not know. Wish I knew. But I don't. I hope to God it's a slow weekend. Probably won't be, knowing my luck. Stinky Fingers, huh? Stinky Fingers did it. You know, I wrote a song once called Stinky Fingers. It was a country tune. Naturally. I think it went something like, he's got stinky fingers and a smell that lingers and something like that. Might have to get out the guitar and give it a play. It's only 2 chords, so there's that. Yeah. Anything like bony fingers? My oh my. Country tune, that's right. That's right. It's one of those tunes that makes you want to run the garden hose right to the back of your exhaust pipe. A Derek Johnson tune. No, I'm kidding. Never heard any Derek Johnson. Not sure I want to. I imagine he complains for 2.5 hours before he sings the song. Naturally. Like his podcast. Now I'm picking on people. Maybe we'll just do our own episode of Saturday Night Patriot Night Live tomorrow. I don't know. No, I'm sure there'll be some news. I'm praying there's not, so I can just have the day off. But, I should start the show with the guitar like Wayne's World. It's Jack's world. It's Jack's world. It's hell on earth. It's time to run screaming. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Yeah. Yep. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's about that time. About that time. About that time to roll on to the couch. Party time is excellent. You might be able to tune a fish. You never know. Does the fish have strings? If the fish has strings, I will tune it. Derek can sing well. He can. It's just, you know, he's got that gay anger built up, that gay cowboy anger. See, now you guys got me going, damn it. Now, bad influences out there. Posty's like, yep, I'm out of here. Someday I'm going to wake up and one of these horrible things I say is going to end up viral on TikTok, and I'm going to be like, oh, shit. Oh, my God. Love you, Patriots. God bless you. Better say an extra prayer tonight for the mouths we've got on us. I will see you all tomorrow. He's very compassionate about what he speaks about. He is. He's just got that gay cowboy thing going that makes him so angry. I don't know. I don't know anything about Derek Johnson. Passionate, yes, he's passionate, but he shouldn't waste his time complaining about the complainers. Just ends with a lot of complaining. Love you guys. Much love. Good night. God bless. And political news willing, I'll be back tomorrow night. If it's slow, I'll take a night off. Probably not, though. It's not the kind of luck I have. Love you, Patriots. I'm out of here. I will quit picking on Derek Valerie. I promise. I promise. One day. Love you guys. Good night.
I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. Something I can't get. Broken hearts lie all around me, and I don't see an easy way to get out of this. The diary sits
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.